All right.
We're
All
live.
right. Welcome, everybody. I'm just going to let you all trickle in for now. I see the numbers going up. How is everybody doing today on this fantastic Thursday? See some chats already going. Hope we can talk some CRO. CRO indeed. Seems like it's something that we might have to cover, Catherine. How are we doing today, Catherine?
It's been one of those days when I have done 100,000 tasks already, and I'm tired. But I'm ready to talk crypto, and we're going to talk a lot about coins because this is like all coins segment today.
Yeah, and I actually have something pretty cool that I'm going to show you guys in a bit. It's a special treat. I'm going to show you. It's made by one of our coworkers in the office. He brought it in for us to showcase on the show. So I'm going to keep that surprise a little secret for now. But
Wait, why did I not know about this?
It's tiny. It's tiny. It's nothing big, but it'll be a nice surprise. So with that, Catherine, how about we get into it and start our show with the intro?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. So hyped.
I love it. You're featured there too.
Yeah, I saw that. Nice little nod to me. Thank you to the editor who made that. Appreciate that.
Okay, dear Chad, I have a complaint to file.
You have a complaint? What's your complaint?
My complaint is that Aaron is gonna leave me.
No.
No, actually, he wants to stay off the screen, so-called. I don't know why. Actually, I'm hurt. I'm very deeply hurt.
I just feel like, I'm better behind the scenes. It's just something that I feel comfortable with, but I do always enjoy being on camera with you, Catherine, every Tuesday, every Thursday, 2 p.m. for the crypto show. It is great.
Okay, I'll let you have it for a moment, but we're gonna have talk. We're gonna have talk.
Mm-hmm. But let's get into it.
Yes. So as I've mentioned, today is all about the coins, different coins, new coins, old coins, but mostly like the coins and protocols we have not mentioned, because we have had a lot of requests from people asking us to look into different coins and see my rings are falling apart. I'm falling apart. Yeah, I need a day off, but it's probably not going to happen. So I have a confession to make. I have been getting ready for the show, and while I was getting ready and I was looking at top 5 gainers over the last 24 hours, it has changed 3 times. So really? I'm just gonna talk about the coins that I have prepared because it's just impossible. I am complaining
that
at
sounds good.
Markets. Yes. So let's just we can actually look at coin 360 if you want to get just a gist of what's going on.
Yeah, let's get a general idea of how the coins are moving today.
How colorful it is.
Oh.
Pretty solid.
Your rings were falling apart a second ago, but it doesn't seem like crypto is falling apart at all today.
Yeah, not at all.
Looks very good.
Yeah, I mean, I had a complaint from John today saying that he was upset today, but not yesterday, but not today. I see why.
Now you see why he's in a good mood. I can see why as well.
Pretty goddamn good, yeah. I'm just interested in what kind of portfolio he has. But John is going to join us a little bit later today to talk about Polygon, because everybody's talking about Polygon, so we're going to talk about Polygon.
Everybody's talking about it.
Did I say Polygon enough?
Yeah, maybe not enough. I don't think so.
Top 5 gainers over the last 24 hours. We're going to go to CoinMarketCap and we're going to press 24% or 25 for something out there. There you have it. Yeah.
24 hours, right? Percentage.
Yes.
Yep, there we go.
Please keep in mind that this picture might be different from what I was getting ready for, but Engine coin, I believe this is pronounced Engine or Engine, I'm not sure, coin. The ticker is ENG, is the biggest gainer over the last 24 hours. It is up by 50%. 8.73%. And as you can see, it is trading at $3. $3.
Let's see that weekly movement. Oh, nice.
$3.25, but it's not the all-time high. It's not the highest price this coin has ever achieved. The highest price ever was $3.43 pretty recently. So it has actually got a new technical upgrade 2 days ago, so that's why it's pumping. But just a general overview, it is a project and that provides an ecosystem of, and it's like very hard to pronounce all the time, of interconnected blockchain-based gaming products. And that's why it's pumping, because, gaming and NFTs coming into the space is here to stay. If you have been watching news or following news, and you know who Mike Novogratz is, he's the Galaxy Digital founder and CEO, the bank, but he's also a long time, trader and former Wall Street a trader, investor. So he's like a very respected guy. And he went on CNBC and said, NFTs are here to stay for the rest of our lives.
It seems like that's what everybody's saying. At least from what I've heard in the past 2 days, especially from the interview that Mitch did. If you guys watched the SPACs attack yesterday at 11, what fantastic panel of guests. They had Gary V. They also had Matt Higgins. That is it. Matt Higgins, from known from Shark Tank and other things as well. But fantastic show. Even Gary V said that NFTs were pretty much here to stay. It is so internet, and it's just like, if you want to check out that interview, go ahead, check it out on our YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do that.
Fantastic.
It's an awesome interview. But to your point, I think, it is actually the phrase that we have heard from everybody, from every door and every window, outside on the street, talking to people, smoking and talking, not smoking and talking. It's just, but my point is as we, and you our dear viewers and readers have probably noticed, the prices that are being put on NFTs products and projects and art, art objects, to be exact, right? They are falling down, which usually indicates that it's actually a pretty natural thing to go down after huge numbers, like millions of dollars. And this is actually the market maturing. So the indicator is that it is going to stay because the prices are going low and they're getting more real, actually. So I would say, they are all right. And I'm not going to seriously, this is my confession. As an editor, if anybody's going to say that NFTs are here to stay, I'm not going to write about it. I'm done. That's enough.
There's enough written about it. Yes.
Seriously, like Michael Saylor buying more Bitcoin for MicroStrategy. It's not even news anymore. Like, I'm looking at it. Yeah, good for you, but we're not going to write about this. Like, it's what's new? Okay, kidding. So back to this point. Back to the coin, which ticker is ENG. This token allows game developers to tokenize in-game items on the Ethereum blockchain, and it uses ERC20 token, which is Ethereum based token, and to back the digital assets it should use in its platform, meaning that items can be bought, sold, and traded with real world value. So it's pretty awesome. It's a gaming coin. Look into that; might be very interesting. The second most or best performing cryptocurrency over the past 24 hours is, I believe it's pronounced 1 inch price. 1 inch. Yeah, that's a very beautiful name, actually. And ticker is 1 inch. Surprisingly. Let me just look at so I see it on our screen. It's at $6 right now. Let me double check if it's not the highest price ever. The highest price ever was $6.42.
$6.50 from CoinMarketCap.
Seriously, this is the data from CoinMarketCap that I have taken. I need to talk to them. but it is a decentralized exchange aggregator. What it means is that it connects several decentralized platform into one platform, and it allows users to find the most efficient swapping routes across all platforms. So in order for a user to find the best price for a swap, they need to look at, usually they need to look at every exchange. But using 1inch price, you actually don't need to do that. You can do it on one platform because all the data is here. Let's just look at this site, actually, how it looks and what the structure is. Yeah. So as you can see, it's just the aggregator of all, the most efficient swapping routes. Pretty neat, I'd say. Yes. So what else? Aggregators work by sourcing liquidity from different decentralized exchanges, meaning that they're able to offer user better token swap rates that they could find on any single deal. Yeah. Okay. Blah blah blah. But the good thing is blah blah blah. Yeah, I'm reading the description. So like, it's everybody just says that they're going to revolutionize or disrupt. Those are the words that I'd love to mute forever. But the good thing is, like, a positive side for this project, that it is backed by Binance Labs, Galaxy Digital, the one that we have mentioned before, owned by Mike Novogratz, Greenfield One, Libertas Capital, and other ventures, like pretty solid guys. So it should
Iron
be
Fist in the chat saying he's been using 1inch for 3 months now.
Okay, and what kind of experience?
Iron Fist, if you can, let us know how you feel about it. What's your experience? Let the rest of the chat know how you like it.
Do you like this platform? Is there anything to improve? Or are you pretty happy with it? Is there any other competitor that is doing better? Throw it all out there. Okay, number 3 on my list is Pancake Swap.
This is an interesting one.
Yeah, so it's number 6 gainers right now, like top 6 gainer over the last 24 hours, if you look right now. But it was top 3 when I was getting ready for it, and literally an hour ago. So that's like unfair, and I'm going to talk about it anyway. So just deal with it. Like,
I love that symbol, cake.
Cake. If you know the Drake song Pancake, yeah, cake. Okay, so all-time high for this coin ever, $21.41. But currently it is trading at $20.87. And let me remind you that it is an automated market maker, which is a pretty cool thing. It's a decentralized finance application that allows users to exchange tokens, providing liquidity. But it actually provides liquidity through farming and earning fees in return. So it launched in September 2020. It was a pretty big deal. It gained a lot of momentum and exposure, and actually it went in price a lot. And I know for a fact that some of my friends actually made a lot of money on cake. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this on air, but I just said it.
a little bit about this. Spencer asked us if you ever watched our trivia show. This was actually part of one of our questions, where we were asked, what is the fake ticker here? I chose Pancake Swap because I had no idea that there was a coin out there or anything out there called Pancake Swap. So I chose that as the fake ticker.
So you thought
apparently not. I thought this wasn't real. I didn't know.
Okay.
I recently found out about this like a week to 3 weeks ago.
Have you heard of Sushi Swap?
Sushi Swap, no.
Okay, no. So what's
all the
food
question? Swaps?
Not all the foods, but what was the question? Or are you just sharing that you lost that one?
Oh no, I was just adding a comment about Pancake Swap.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody loves pancakes.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Pancake Swap. So it is built not on Ethereum, but on Binance Smart Chain, which a lot of people consider to be in a way a competitor to Ethereum. But if we talk about farming and yield farming specifically, and but like, so you can farm on Binance, you can farm on Ethereum. Those are like pretty decent 2 platforms. There are others out there, but so this one, Pancake Swap, is actually built on Binance Smart Chain. So number 4 on my list was Bitcoin Gold. Let me just double check.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's actually number 3 right now according to CoinMarketCap, but it's just impossible, guys. It's impossible. I give up. No. So Bitcoin Gold is a hard fork of the original open source Bitcoin, and it happened in October 24th in 2017. The thing is that hard forks it's a usual thing of the ecosystem, and some of the tokens, I'm sorry, have gone through that. It's usually done,
Oh wow.
to improve scaling, to grow customers base, and it's usually a conflict of developers, right? So if there is a group of developers that are developing some sort of coin, but then there is a conflict about scalability and the possibility of the chain. So
Right.
they, decided to part way. That's usually hard fork is developers parting ways, I would call it. Yeah. So again, it's a hard fork for Bitcoin. All-time high happened 3 years ago, and the highest price ever that it experienced was $500, like 539 and 72 cents. But today it is at 104. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, look at this chart. You got in, say you were following the trends, you got in even 5 days ago, 6 days ago, you're doing well on this. The rise on it was really nice.
Yeah. The only complaint or probably request that I get is like, how do I get in early? What do I look for? Right. What kind of indicators? And to answer that question, actually, I can, even as an editor, I can answer that question. You should follow news and announcements, right? If you're interested in some sort of coin, follow them on Twitter, follow them on Reddit, right? There's going to be a conversation about something happening. So we're going to talk about Kava Labs today as well, a little bit later. So Kava Labs, for instance, they have like Kava Coin and Hard Protocol. But so today they had an announcement that was expected. So they were expected to introduce an institutional feature. So, it is planned. And because it's an open source ecosystem, you can find this on their roadmap, right? So if you go on a cryptocurrency project site, you can see a roadmap that is publicly available. And, put it in a calendar.
Yeah.
Follow them on Twitter and Reddit. Like,
it makes sense.
Follow announcement, get engaged with the community, and you will hear, it's all about research actually. So I just have I'm sad that I don't do it myself because I'm usually like working all the time, but everybody around me, people from Cointelegraph, all of my friends, like they just like research, not journalists from Cointelegraph, not journalists, like managers, other employees. So they just research like crazy, and they earn money doing that. Especially like farming and staking are very how do I put it correctly? So they are very efficient and you get a lot of returns. It might be long term, but you get a lot of returns. Not investment advice. So,
let's move on. John has a hard stop at 2:30, so I want to cover this information for all coins that move all the time. My favorite site to always look at all the data and all the movers, coinmarketcap.com. Love it.
Yeah. So John is
without further ado, why don't you introduce what we're about to do now?
Actually, I have prepared another segment for you guys, and I'm sure you have heard about Crypto Lark. Hello, John. So happy to see you.
What's up, John?
Actually, John, you're not aware of this because I have changed the entire script for today's show, but I have found we have been discussing it a little bit.
Just pull the rug from right under you.
But no, we're going to talk about Polygon for sure, because Polygon is also a part of conversation that Crypto Lark was having on his latest episode, and I wanted to cover different coins that he mentioned there, that they mentioned there. Because there are some as you've mentioned also before, there are some coins that are unappreciated, right? So today with you, we're going to start with Polygon, and unsurprisingly, this is actually top, number one cryptocurrency that is underrated according to Crypto Lark and according to John G as well.
Well, I will preface this is that I've heard of Polygon because of the Crypto Lark, so and also our show. I mean, that's the thing. So it kind of popped up really, and that's kind of what I wanted to talk about. So. Last week, I believe it was last week, time kind of flies. It was a little blurred, but we talked to Eli from Crypto Fighters and also Craig Rousseau of Polyant Games. And like we talked to them and the crypto fighters, Eli, he was saying they're looking at possibly moving to Polygon as a way to, make their application useful or usable in terms of being able to like actually execute various battles with the crypto fighter NFTs that people have and own. And people want to play the game, and when it costs $200 to do a battle, it's not fun. You're not going to spend $200 playing battles every day. It's a little expensive. So it's just kind of interesting technology that's kind of been bubbling up.
Let me just roll back a little bit. So for those of you guys who maybe are not sure, Polygon is a protocol and a framework for building and connecting Ethereum compatible blockchain networks. So as John mentioned, Ethereum is obviously having, and I'm sorry, Ethereum enthusiasts, but it's obviously having, some problems with layer 1 and with gas fees and stuff like that. So there are different options that people are using instead of Ethereum, including Polygon, right? So let me just give you a little bit of a preview. It used to be called Matic Network. And this year, the developers decided to change the name to Polygon. You might have heard it under Matic Network, and it's a layer 2 solution for Ethereum instead of Ethereum, as they say. But John, can you explain what is layer 2 for Ethereum? What this is the thing that everybody's talking about, and that they say when Ethereum is going to launch layer 2, it's going to help decrease the fees on gas fees, and the scalability is not going to be an issue anymore. So what is a layer 2?
Yeah, so layer 2 basically it's like another way of looking at it. They're called these like side chains. And so the way that Polygon works is there's actually like an off ramp for moving this is my understanding of this. So I'll say that. I don't take everything I say exactly as it is. We're definitely going to want to talk to some of these guys at Polygon to understand exactly technically how this works. This is my understanding of it now. So basically what they do is they provide this way of putting assets off the chain onto this Polygon network sidechain, and they have a different protocol for running their consensus algorithms. So on Ethereum right now, it's still proof of work. And with Ethereum 2.0, the idea is we're going to move to a a proof of stake, where based on your assets that you have staked into this network, we're going to validate the transactions that way. And so Polygon is already doing this with their network. And so when you bring off your data, maybe your NFTs, your smart contracts into Polygon, they have a different way of running their consensus algorithms to be able to provide a level of security and provide a means for people to run their smart contracts and transactions on this sidechain network. And that is the layer two like application that these guys are doing. So the Polygon is like a form of layer 2 that operates off the main chain, which is why it's called the layer 2. So the layer 1 is the main chain, which is Ethereum, and then layer 2 is like a side chain like Polygon that has this like consensus mechanism for running the various transactions. And I think one of the most interesting things about Polygon to me, and I haven't done too much research into different layer 2 technologies yet, but one that caught my eye on this, and I asked Eli a couple weeks ago about it, is like, what does it take to actually move your smart contracts to this network? Because as programmers, I'm a software developer myself, and coding is not it's not the easiest thing to do right. Like people can hack things together, but we want like this big part of these blockchains is good security. So when you're writing your smart contracts, you want good security. So there's a lot of effort put into making like secure contracts. And so if you have to rewrite that, that's like a security risk. And so here, if it's Polygon runs on the same code, so you can use MetaMask, you could use the same Solidity contracts, and it's a lot less headache. From my understanding now, it's a lot less headache to actually move your contracts over to Polygon from the Ethereum contracts that you developed. And obviously a lot of work has been developed on Ethereum, a lot of developers developed on it. And so that intrigues me. I have to do more research into understanding what it actually takes for moving a smart contract from Ethereum to Polygon. Which, as my understanding now, it doesn't seem like it should be that difficult. And so we'll see. I know there's a number of, we talked to Polyant Games, and they have a number of different like gaming platforms that they're investing in that's running on Polygon. Neon District, Aavegotchi. There's also some recent news that Aave, the lending protocol, is looking to move to potentially use Polygon as a layer 2 scaling solution to run There are various like liquidity smart contracts. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a very interesting project that we're going to definitely be exploring more. In full disclosure, I am invested in Polygon. I do have some Polygon tokens, and that's actually one other thing too. I don't know. I think the Polygon token is used in a similar fashion as. I have to understand the value of the token. That's one thing I don't fully understand yet, is the value of where the value of the token comes in. I think it's kind of part of like, is it when you're mining Ethereum transactions, you get paid in Ethereum. I assume it's similar with Polygon, where you're getting paid in Polygon and you're having you're staking your Polygon to like be, you have a stake in this network by staking your Polygon in this network. So that's one thing I haven't explored too much, so I'm not sure exactly there, but yeah, it's a very interesting project.
So, and to your point, it would be actually great to have somebody from Polygon to talk to us and explain that. But if we're talking about the price specifically, year to year, rise was 2,608%. So in the last year, it sort of went up, which is like pretty predictable in that sense. According to CryptoLark, this blockchain and this cryptocurrency, right? They are underappreciated, and you actually have said everything that I wanted to say. But again, according to CryptoLark, the ecosystem of Polygon is actually much more scalable than not only Ethereum but other blockchains with bigger market capitalization, and that it's actually much easier and faster to use Polygon for decentralized applications and smart contracts at the same time. So it can you can have as many as 7,000 transactions per second using Polygon. So this is like pretty solid. Yeah,
and be battling our crypto fighters.
Yeah, and the fees are, as we have mentioned, the fees are actually lower. So this is a pretty solid, probably competitor to Ethereum, and hopefully Ethereum. We might as well have Ethereum developers on the show also to prove why we might be wrong, right? why Ethereum is still better. But are you actually interested in what coins, according to CryptoLark, are also undervalued and underappreciated? Underappreciated. Are you also interested to look? Yeah. So we have just covered Polygon, right? But there are also other tokens that CryptoLark has mentioned that might be something to look to, but not a lot of people are looking at it. One disclaimer that we have mentioned that before, that everybody's looking at like different project like Sushi Swap and Pancake Swap, which is a good thing. It's a decentralized finance applications and market makers, if we're talking about Pancake. But there are some solid projects that are actually doing pretty great things. So one of the projects is Injective Protocol. Let me just share this link to our chat. So
I got it. Here we go.
Okay, so it's the first layer. It's actually the description is that it is the first layer 2 decentralized exchange protocol that unlocks the full potential of decentralized derivatives and boardless DeFi. And well, according to CryptoLark, it is actually it's just the testing stage right now. It's at the testing stage right now, but it's actually allows you to do your transactions with zero commission. So that's why he loved it. Zero commission with the help of layer 2. And he believes that after the testing period, when it is fully launched and it's not only soft beta but just like fully launched, the market cap can actually be as high as $1 trillion.
Seems like if this actually takes off,
1 billion. Sorry.
Going back to that NFT talk, seems like if this takes off, zero gas fees, we should see a spike.
Zero gas fees, according
should see a spike in NFTs, right?
Yeah, we can look at CoinMarketCap link that I've just shared in the chat, to see how this project is doing. Injective Protocol, I repeat, all-time high that is registered in CoinMarketCap was $18. It's currently at 14, as you can see, $14.48. And I cannot see it from here, but let me just double check with my so it's up 11% in the almost 12% in the last 24 hours. So yeah, well, as you can see, it's like it offers 0 commission on your transactions. It has layer 2, and it's also a competitor to Ethereum, apparently. So and it can blow up and what have you. So
John,
it can
so Nivols in the chat was saying gas fees were so cheap these past 2 days. Do you know anything about that? Do you know why it was?
I'm sorry, my connection's not that great.
Oh, sorry. Nivols in the chat said that gas fees were cheap the past 2 days. Did you know anything about that?
I haven't been really paying attention to them, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been.
Are you talking about Ethereum or Injective Protocol? Which fees?
He said gas fees. I assume. Yeah, Binance.
Oh, well, it depends on the network, right? So if it's productive and it's increasing its hash rate, then it's gonna go lower. That's what it is. So maybe the network is just becoming more productive. Maybe they're adding to it a lot more, crypto mining machines.
Interesting.
Might be the case, right? But it also depends on how many people approve your transaction. Right? If you send or if you exchange Ethereum, right? I did it myself. I hold Ethereum, right? So this is a disclaimer. And last week I was sort of selling it a little bit, and I could choose what kind of time frame I'd like. Long, very long, or very fast. And so this depends on how many developers out there is going to approve my transaction. And that's why my cost is going to either increase or decrease. So, but we're not sure what kind of blockchain you're talking about. What kind of chain is that? Okay.
So,
do we have time?
Unfortunately, we are out of time. I do see our next show hosts in the studio. Unfortunately, we will have to wrap up for today because I know John G does have to head out of here as well. I keep saying this: the show needs to be more than 30 minutes, right? We can't cover everything that we want to cover and give you the information that you guys so crave, in 30 minutes. It's just not possible. So we're just gonna keep putting out this crypto content for you guys. We thank you for joining every single Tuesday, every single Thursday, with Catherine and I, and John G sometimes as well. But we will see you next time for our next show.
Sorry, I really do hope that it was helpful today for you guys to explore new cryptocurrencies with us and what they have to offer.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have some pre-recorded content that'll be on our YouTube. Check that out. Check out our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Benzinga. A lot of great content over there. With that, and without further ado, I'm going to say goodbye to Catherine. I'm going to say goodbye to John G.
Bye,
let
guys.
you guys get out of here.
Care,
Thank you guys for joining. And with that, I'm going to bring on producer Rohan and the queen of biotech, Vivi. Wow.
Hi.
Look at that background. Where are you right now?
This is my home.
This is your home? Oh,
yeah.
wow. I'm jealous. I'm just in this office, right? There's like 4 walls, no windows.
This is my backyard.
Oh, I'm jealous. Well, all right. I'm gonna hand it over to you guys.
That's my pool over there.
Oh.
Next, maybe I'll do on my pool, but yeah, no, I'm trying to do something different. Have some lush.
I love it.
Me.
It looks great. It's fantastic. All right. So with that, I'm gonna hand it over to you guys. You guys take it away with the Biotech Buzz. Look forward to it.
Hello, guys. How's everybody doing? Hi, Rohan.
How's everyone? Hi.
Yeah,
how's it going?
Good. My house is getting clean too, so it was too noisy. So I'm like, okay, I'll go outside, enjoy. It's beautiful in San Diego. The temperature is gorgeous here. It's like 68 degrees, I think. So it's really, really nice.
Wow.
Yeah. How have you been?
I've been good. Just been over here like Aaron in the office, hanging out. But no, it was really fantastic yesterday, and I'm sure in the morning it was a little chilly, but it's getting warmer, so can't complain. Michigan's starting to actually be nice, so trying to catch up with California over here a little bit.
Yes, for some reason I cannot see anybody on a chat, so maybe at the end, because we're gonna just continue to the format.
That's like a setting, so let me just double check. Oh no,
I'm trying to
guests can see.
No, I can't. I don't know. I cannot change my setting. I don't know what's going on here. I think I'm on a private settings anyways, but it will be a little less distraction for me. So at the end of, the last 10, 15 minutes of the show, you can let me know what questions we're getting. But I will talk to right now my current holdings, and why, what's going on with them, because that's what we like to do every single day, because there's a lot of people that are holding the same stocks as I am. But then at the end, I do have one pick that everybody was shooting at me. So I'll go over that stock, and then in the end, you guys can ask a question, so I can actually also have some material for next Tuesday and let you guys know my thoughts. So let's start with the ARDX. Can we put ARDX on?
Yep, you got it. All right. ARDX, folks. That is the ticker. Let's bring it in the StreamYard.
Okay, so it's up 18% since the last time I talked to you guys about. I gave this alert when it was like 680, 690. The PDUFA date's coming, April 29th, and I told you guys, and I reiterate the reason I'm very confident with this product is already an approved drug for irritable bowel syndrome, so safety is not an issue in the eyes of the FDA. So that's another really good way to look at. And I feel like there's going to be a huge niche. A lot of physicians will probably write this drug first line versus the phosphate binders, because there's less pill burden. So you're doing 17 pills versus 60-something pills a week. And the only drawback I see here, I don't think FDA is going to stop because of that, but 36% of the patients had a diarrhea, and there was a discontinuation rate of 16%, but I don't think that's enough for the FDA not to give a go. Obviously, like I said, full disclosure here, could be manufacturing issues, could be a lot of other reasons why the FDA, could be a design of the trial, which I doubt because I checked the design, but there's a lot of factors that involved. I feel very confident. Like I said to you guys, I gave you guys, it's been up 18%. So if you guys are greedy like me in your holding and it does not get approved, it's not my fault, because you guys are up 18%. That's more than somebody, and it's been only a month. It's more than somebody sometimes makes a whole year, right, Rohan? A lot of times you get like, what is your average investment? 5 to 6% a year. So this is more than that. So, but don't come and blame me. But I do feel very confident with the approval of this drug. They have a sales force ready to go. So that's my comment for this one. And then if you can go to the BCRX.
Of course. The favorite.
Yeah, it's my favorite. It's my baby. It's my retirement fund. It's the reason I might be in the Caribbean, enjoy the sunshine in the winter. That's gonna be my ticket. So we're still waiting for European approval. And, we have an approved drug, so there's a lot of more de-risk factors. But the analysts are predicting a 22 PT by the end of the year, that without counting the Factor D pipeline. And I told you guys, the only Factor D pipeline that we had is Alexion, that got bought out by AstraZeneca for $36 billion. So I do believe that they already have a proof of a concept, so it works. And out of that Factor D pipeline, there's going to be 7, 8 rare diseases, and the rare diseases right now for bios, it's the way to go. So because it meets a lot of the unmet needs out there. So companies don't want to just create another cholesterol drug, another diabetes. It's kind of like a market that's too crowded. So they wanted to go into rare diseases in oncology because they want to, they want to be able to cover an unmet need. So that's my baby. We're still waiting on that. I will never sell this until it's at least $50 a share. I know it's a bold statement, but I'm willing to hold this for 4 or 5 years. It's not your swing like ADRX, but it's something that I'm a very strong believer in. So, and then we can go to KMPH, Rohan, and see how we're doing at KMPH, another baby. I know Jason is on it. It's holding up really, really well, double digits. I think that after a month of the approval, they're gonna get their royalties, which is I think it's like 38 million or 40 million. So that should give a boost on the stock. And The reasons they didn't launch early is because they have to get the DEA label, so it's a substance, they have to be a schedule, is a substance abuse drug, because just like Adderall has a label. So it's 90 days from the date of the approval. That's why they couldn't start up and running right away, because of this label. So this label should be coming by summer, which will be perfect because we can get the kids on this medication July, August, so they can be ready to learn in August, September. So I'm still holding long. I'm not selling this anytime soon as well. And then, oh my God, you guys, I mean, you got to have some losers, you got to have some winners, right? So if you can pull Rohan and SPR, it's not making me lose sleep because it's on my IRA account and it's a set forget kind of a stock. But look at this, guys, 61. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So next week is when they are voting for the RS. I feel very conflicted because DRS will probably help them uplist the NASDAQ. We also help get more investors in, but it's also short term. I think it's gonna hurt the stock price. And they've done 4 or 5 RSs before, and look, it brought the stock back again to below 1. So the only reason that I would think that is a little different this time is because they're getting ramped up in sales all over the world, and they have the FDA, they just starting the trial here soon. So we're closer to that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. So it's not like 4 years ago that there's nothing on the pipe and they're just still doing research. So that's my hope. And also my hope is, I talk to you guys over and over how important it is, if you guys are even swing trading, how important it is to look at a float of a stock. If you have a catalyst coming up and the float is really small, you're going to gain most of your gains because the float, you don't need a lot of volume to push the price up. So for example, if I'm going to play a catalyst, I don't play a catalyst with a float that's like 300 million because I'm like, why bother? It's going to maybe go up $1. So it's something that I look for sure when I love low float stocks. It can be an enemy to you too, because when there's bad news, it drops $4, but when it's good news, it can go up $10. So
volatile.
So that's why for me, in terms of a long-term investor, I don't look too much at the float. But in terms of a short-term, you one of those low floats. If you're very optimistic of the positives, what's going to happen to that stock once we have a positive catalyst. But if you have a negative catalyst, it goes against you. It can have like a 60% reduction on the share value. So it's double-edged sword, right, Rohan? Low float, it can go up fast and can go down really, really fast.
Is it a concern for NSPR? I know I think you said they have some time,
but
is it a concern to get delisted?
So there's no, not yet, because there's 6 months. So they hit one a month ago for 10 days, and so they have a 6 months. So now we needed to get to one again, for 10 days, and then they have another 6 months. So they can. But my hope is, if you have an $100 million float, and you have a 20-to-1. That's going to put the stock at a 5 million float, right? And if you do a 10-to-1, is a 10 million float. That is a very tiny float. You don't need that much of volume with news to push the price up. So a perfect example is, can you check for me ALT? I sold it a while ago because I made enough money there. But if you look at the float, can you look at the float of ALT?
Yeah. Yep. So I go over to my overview tab, and let's see, float 32.2 million.
Okay, so they probably did more dilution. They used to be like 10 million floats. They went through I was carrying a bag. They went through an RS, but because the float went down like to 6 million, it went up really, really fast, and I was able to make up that money. And, obviously I made even more money because it was my value was like $5, and the stock went all the way to 20. So I sold most of my shares at 20. But of course, if the float is low, there's another advantage, unfortunately, for these companies, because they can continue to issue more shares, right? Rohan? So you issue more shares because you're selling more shares to the public because your float is small. So you want to look at a float, and you want to look how much money you have left, before you want to swing a stock. So that would be my first. By the way, I'm trying to get motivated to make it a YouTube channel and explain all those little things that I think will help a new investor. But I'm like, it's so much work. I have to edit movies. I might just do on my laptop and try. I'm not going to look at it as professional, guys, but I can really help you guys with a lot of content stuff, small stuff like that. I think it will help you guys when you choose. Yeah. So stay tuned, because I'm going to do a YouTube channel for sure. And then if you can go, I want to talk to you guys about SEEL. You guys asked me to look at the stock. I look at the presentation. The only thing I didn't look, can you check for me, Horan, how much money they have left? What's the cash?
Where would I find that?
It's usually on a summary. You see how much cash over there on the right, on the left. Usually float is 7 million. They usually tell how much money they have left, because you were here telling me it doesn't say anything. Is anybody watching can tell me? Is anybody watching on the chat can tell me how much money they have left? Because there was a lot of people asking for the stock. So usually I can't see because the screen is too small for me, So I'm trying to look at here.
I'll make it bigger.
Okay.
I can full screen it a little bit, so make that a little bit bigger.
So that the float is...
Okay, so I have it pulled up on another website. Operating cash flow says negative 20.913.
That would be bad.
That would be
bad. So probably not. Maybe they just did an offering and raise. Okay, so I can tell you guys.
And cash position 15,662.
Okay, so they have a 15 million to go. So my next question to you guys would be, what is your cash burn, right? When you look at a 10K, how much do they need to operate? Because the next question you got to ask yourselves is, when are they going to have a product, right? Remember what I told you guys, that how much of more the risk BCRX is, because, they did an offering, they raised 320 million. Then that money was to launch the sales force. And now they have a product that potentially can bring in 500 million in sales. So when I look at the pipeline here for this company, looks amazing, right? Because they're very focused on rare disease. They have on a pipeline, they have mood disorder. They're very CNS and rare disease focused. So they have a phase 2 for mood disorder, a phase 1 for PTSD. And this mood disorder, I think, is also for suicidal thoughts. And then you have a phase pre-IND for Parkinson's disease. And then you have a phase 2s for ALS, which will be a life-saving, disease, because, ALS, there's not a cure for that. And then so you see all the rare diseases here. But do we see anything on phase 3? No, we don't see anything on phase 3. So how many years do we have left here? So we have for the ketamine, they start in December 20. So by the time they have approval, it's probably going to be phase 2 and then phase 3, another 4 years. So we don't have anything on phase 3. Would I put this on my watch list? Because these rare diseases, I want to see how the drug is going to develop, how the company is going to evolve. Yes. Would I put my money in right now? No. Would I put in my money right now if I was confident that they had a good data on phase 2 and they're about to announce phase 3 in a month from now or 2 months from now, and I just wanted to invest, just swing the stock for the run up, but sell before the data is exposed? Yes, I would do that. But I hope you guys can understand the reasoning behind why I would have put my money in and when I wouldn't, because this company is going to continue. If they don't find a lot of partners, they're going to continue, because a lot of the small caps will get maybe a Pfizer to pay for the program, or they get a Eli Lilly, they get a Gilead. But you don't see here on the pipeline, they don't have partnerships with anybody to fund their studies. So what's going to happen? They're going to dilute the stock, and they are going to continue to issuing shares and diluting the price of the stock. So you end up at the end of 5 years with needing, a lot of money to even break even. So That would be my reason behind. So I can go with questions because we only have like 11 minutes. Do we have any questions?
Sure, and we probably have a little bit of extra time. I don't think we have a show directly after this. Let's see. I know I saw some good ones. We've had a lot of comments pour in. Right at the start of the show, we had. All right, well, let me get you one before I find that one.
Sure.
So someone is asking about CRBP.
CRBP. I will put that on. But
Okay,
those are the
one.
questions you guys have to ask yourself, the stuff that I was telling you guys. So I will write it down, a new one here, because the most interesting one, I will get to it. So CRBB?
CRBP.
BP. Okay, noted. What else?
What about surf? SURF.
I heard of surf. I heard of surf. I love the name. I will take a look on that.
Okay, great. INFI.
INFI. Okay, never heard you guys. I'm sorry. INFI.
No, this is good because then we can talk about it on the next show.
Yes, for sure.
All right, folks, keep hitting us with your tickers, whatever you want us to talk about. There was one. Can you explain why you exited a stock like KNSA after approval and sales on the horizon, but stay in a stock like NSPR where your head gets chopped and revenue is really uncertain?
Okay, that's true. Okay, NSPR is on my IRA, unfortunately, so I cannot take the tax deduction. So I cannot. I have a lot of gains this year. So for me, I want to. The market was kind of choppy, and I want to cash flow. So when Kinekiza did not have a lot of the approval, I had a stop loss and I lost $1,000 on it because I needed to free up cash. So if I had an SPR on my E-Trade, I would have taken a loss a long time ago and reevaluate and then going back in. But because, and unfortunately, you guys, I don't know if you guys know the advantages of trading on an IRA. I traded on the two accounts. Is that you can claim all your gains. So when I sold ALT, I was on my IRA. So when I sold 3,000 shares of that, I was able to pocket 25 grand. But also on the flip side, if you down 30 grand or 40 grand or whatever on another stock, you cannot claim the loss. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys. But yeah, like a Kinekiza, I think it's going to be a potential, but I needed, I have a lot, I'm sitting a lot of cash right now because I don't fully trust the market yet, so that's why I bought more BCRX. So I'd rather be on one that I know that has that potential. And then the rest, the rest of my money, I'm just swinging through catalysts right now. I'm not holding anything like really long term. Next one.
Awesome. We have Indy asking about CKPT.
CKPT, never heard. This has helped us, both of us, because we might find a multi-bagger here together,
True.
So keep sending them, guys, because
absolutely.
I can't. It's like I told you guys, 15,000 compounds for one FDA approval. So it's like that's why bio. It's so hard to invest in bio. Like only 9 out of 10 companies probably will succeed. So it's a risky business for sure.
For sure. And Indy, it's going on the list. Thank you for providing that, and we will get to it. We'll make sure your question gets addressed. What about, can you speak to DOT?
No, I never heard of that. DOT. Okay. Noted.
All right. Let me get down to some of these more recent comments. CTXR. We were talking about that on Power Hour earlier today. We had the chairman of the board on CTXR.
Oh, nice. So maybe they can look at the replays, huh?
Exactly. Yeah. If you want to go a little earlier in the day, Jason did a great interview with the chairman of the board there. CLBS.
Never heard of that. CLBS. No, that sounds familiar. I will definitely take a look. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pick all of them and then look at a pipeline and see what's in the future and see which ones I think that has more potential to be a winner, and then I'll cover those on Thursday. On Tuesday.
On Tuesday, next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know we've talked about ATNX before, but they're asking again. Do you have any updates?
Oh my God, you guys. That's another one that I took my loss on my E-Trade. I sold it. I lost a lot of money. And then on my IRA, I left because it's a set and forget, right? They're going to redo the study, so it's going to be another 2 years. But they do have a cream that addresses pre-cancers, lesions in your skin. So they are producing revenue. So hopefully, and they have like the amount of inside bought, like insiders, the amount of people from the inside that bought shares at $11, $10 is so huge. So I think when you see inside investment, you look at it like these people have the best interest in for their own interest to succeed, to do well in the company, right? To bring the stock price up. So I have not sold because I can't claim the taxes on that. I don't even want to tell you guys because I had 3,000 shares. So you guys do the math. I had 3,000 shares of that, and I was really, really hopeful that we were going to have a IV medication, that had a more toxicity in forms of a pill, and that would help a lot of people that, especially with the COVID, that would stay home. But that was not the case, and that's a really tricky situation because it was a priority review one. They accepted the application. So my question is, if they accept the application and they said they didn't like the studies, that they were not designed in the United States, why accept the application? Like, that's messed up, don't you think, you guys? Like, why accept? If you already don't think that design the study, why waste the money from investors and people, institutional people? And so another thing that I was really, really, really bullish that is Perceptive Advisors. They are the biggest investors in biotech. They are the biggest believers. They get companies sold, and they have like 11 million shares, something crazy of this company. So Perceptive Advisors are losing a lot of money. They did their last bought was in $10 a share last year. So I think AT&S has been a huge shocker for everybody. So I'm going to hold. If I have to hold for 2 years, set and forget it because it's on my IRA, so be it. But I am not selling if I cannot claim the loss. Does that make sense, Rohan?
Makes sense, yeah. I've seen quite a few comments about CBBT.
Oh my God, you guys. So CBBT, I can't believe. I think because it's OTC, the market is taking a beating, but I'm still holding the shares. Remember, I bought it at 6 cents when I told you guys about it. So I bought a little bit more. So now my average is like 10 cents a share. And look at this. The last time I checked, they're still going on with their acquisition and the merger for a company that's really profitable. So I don't think anything fundamentally has changed, but I feel like because there's no news, the stock is getting hammered. So I'm still holding. It's one of those that I didn't take a loss. I'm still holding.
All right. All right. I'm seeing a couple comments about Fubo and Mara, guys.
I love Mara. Come on, Fubo too. Great stock. I mean, I can't believe Fubo is only $20 now, Rohan? What is Fubo now?
Let's check. This is the Biotech Buzz, but you know what? You guys ask, we answer. It's sitting at $20.40.
Oh my God! Maybe I should have got some Fubo because I have to tell you, like my in-laws were in my house, my in-laws were in my ex house, and my ex is like, I saw that you have this account here to see the basketball game, and I said, so I went to this account. I forgot the name of the website, and it said, oh, you gotta be a subscriber of your cable channel. And I told my ex, I don't have a cable anymore. And then when I Google, it says Fubo TV. So I said, why don't you do a trial of a Fubo TV? So if you're a sport people, Fubo TV is amazing. So I definitely feel like I needed to. It went all the way up to like $45, Rohan. I think I needed to get. Peak. I need to get my hands into Fubo a little bit.
Yeah, we're sitting over 50.
Yes. It's in such a price. I think I needed finally to get my toes wet and buy some Fubo for sure.
There we go. All right. Let's go back to the biotechs.
Yeah.
Have a couple. You may or may not know them. I'll just list them off and you see.
Yeah.
We have ABMD, TSHA.
ABMD. Never heard.
Okay. Never heard. All right. TSHA is one of them.
Okay.
We have FRBX.
Okay.
ODT.
ODT. Okay, ODT. ODT is gonna have the you tell guys if I'm not wrong. They are having a oral for breast cancer that would have compete with ATNX. What is the price share right now? ODT?
$3.55.
No, so it's not the same company now because it was like $18-20. So it's not. I'll take a look. What else?
I mean, yeah, it had back in mid-February, it was over 25.
Oh my God, then it's them. What the hell happened here? Okay, I want to take a look on this then. They probably had a bad data and then they got hammered. Okay, I'm going to go check this because this seems really, really interesting. At one point, they were low float and I kind of traded that stock in and out. So ODT. Okay, on my high alerts, but Jesus, 25 to $3?
Yeah, it seems like it had a real drop-off end of March time.
Oh my God.
Yeah, look at that.
Jeez.
Even the drop off on that is from $18 to literally $4, $5.
Oh my God, maybe I had that bounce, guys. I am gonna research this immediately. If it's too good to be true, I'm gonna tweet about it. So I'll tweet to you guys. I'm gonna take a look at this.
And you guys know Vivi's Twitter, so make sure you check it out there.
Yes.
Spencer, we see you in the background. You want to hop on?
Yeah. Wait, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
I can't hear myself, but whatever.
Yeah.
Vivi, where are you now?
Oh no, this is just my house. I'm blessed with this backyard.
Jeez Louise,
they have these things called palm trees. Have you ever seen those, Spencer?
Yeah, just in palm trees. Look at that. This is my palm trees.
It just turned to spring where we are. Unbelievable.
Nuts, right?
Crazy. Insane.
It's like I feel like I'm in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts. Like, yeah, look at this. Look at this. These trees used to be out small 10 years ago when I bought it. Look at that.
All right.
Nuts.
We have to get Vivi off because the more I look at this, the more I hate my own life. So.
Oh no, it's beautiful in San Diego right now. Yeah, I'm on my own tropical house, my own tropical paradise.
This is making me sick. All right. Thanks a lot, Vivi.
Oh.
All right.
It's okay, Spencer. Maybe we'll find Benzinga in Puerto Rico in a year or two, and then we won't have much to complain about.
Maybe that's true. All right, we'll see you on.
I'll see you on Tuesday. I have a lot of juice, a lot of material you guys gave me, so it was so nice to see you all. Thanks for listening. Thanks for tuning in, guys, and I'll see you guys at Twitter.
All right.
See you, Vivi.
Okay. Bye.
Right. See you, Rohan. I'm gonna hang here for a few minutes. I'm gonna have Mitch Hodge join me in a couple minutes just to run through some stuff into the close. How's everyone doing today as far as your trades? Market again, it's like a boring week. Do you guys feel that same way too? It's just like an uneventful week in the market. It's like, yeah, we're up what, 1% on the NASDAQ, 0.5% in the S&Ps, but like I'm not entertained right now. I'm actually bored. This market is boring me. Mitch, I don't know if you feel the same way, but and even if you look at like the biggest movers, the biggest gainers of the day, nothing that no names that I know, not that really matters, but stocks making ridiculous one-day moves and then you don't hear from them again. Like this UTME is going to be never talked about again after Tuesday. It just feels like Cameron's saying it's been all gaps. Yeah, Matt Hammond, UTME, I'm calling it now. Hot take. No one's going to talk about that one after Tuesday, Wednesday next week. It's going to be forgotten.
Did you see the big SPAC though?
Which one? I thought there was more than one.
Rice, man, Rice.
Yeah, I did see Rice.
Rice.
So it's what is it? It's they're combining two companies. Did I get that right?
Yeah. So no. Well, one of the things is so
they're
going to talk about it.
They're combining Aria Energy and RK Energy into a renewable natural gas platform.
It's kind of like what we call the SPAC making a SPAC out of itself, here. So
where did that biotech banner?
Did you hear they have a so you see this ticker name, right? Rice. Right?
Yeah, what's that about?
You want to know something funny that Chris told me? I want to see your reaction.
Okay, I'm ready.
So they have a second company too.
Wait,
guess what the ticker name is?
I'm gonna guess. Is it Bean?
No,
Wait, no. I don't want to know. Is it rice? Is it corn?
No.
Corn's already a ticker.
Think of what kind of meals? There's something cheap you can get at the grocery store named rice.
A roni?
You got it, my friend.
A roni? They got roni.
You got it, bro. They got roni. Roni's in the works, bro.
Rice and roni. Oh my god, that's awesome. Honestly, cool tickers are like definitely like part of the reason why I love ETFs.
Yeah,
ETFs are some really funny tickers, but that's great though. That really is funny. Rice and roni.
You know it, dude. You know it.
So wait, Roni's not. It didn't IPO yet, right? No. Okay.
No, it didn't. It
didn't.
We don't got Roni yet. We got the rice though. But hey, one thing I wanted to mention about rice.
Yeah.
I really think this is the start of the SPAC bottom. You know, we were talking about it on pre-market prep. I think it's the bottom with that rice move. It just kind of shows me that at least some are coming back into favor. And for a while there, I mean, anything announced and it was only getting like maybe 10%, maybe. And today it's holding 39%. It's been above 40%, but I mean, hey, 39%, it's not a small move from $10.
Pull up a chart. Let's pull up a chart. I don't know. Do you hear me okay? Because I sound really quiet to myself. I don't know why I'm like I
don't know. I have good headsets, so I always hear you well.
In my own ears, I'm quiet. I don't know what that's about. I'm gonna turn myself up a little bit. All right, that's a little better.
Rice, baby, you know it.
What about? I saw Daniel talked about CLOV. So wasn't
the cloves.
Yeah, there was a press release.
Oh, it popped. Oh my, I'm telling you, it's there. It's the bottom's here, bro. I was saying like if there's one that needs to pop off, that's the start.
Really?
That's the start, bro. That's the start.
That's where you're gonna hit your wagon.
If the most hated name, they got the worst like bad press pushed against it on specs.
Yeah.
If this one's gonna pop, get ready. Get ready because I might have to open my portfolio again. I mean, I closed down. I went to a little bit of cash on that SPAC portfolio. I got up in that portfolio about 20%. And then I lost a little bit, with the dip. I went down to around 10 and I just didn't feel it anymore. So I pulled it out, except one SPAC that I still have, SPNV. I'm just going to hold on to it. I'll keep my bag. But yeah, this is getting me interested again. If there's going to be different ones just popping off like this, it's going to be fun again.
Yeah. And there was a thing, right? Like here, they're participating in this direct contracting model. I don't know what that means. I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to the whole insurance market and how that stuff works.
I talked about that 750 holds. We get up there, we start getting some volume. We can get back up there to 10. Then we got to hit the 11s where you're going to get a lot of overhead supply, and it's going to be a little bit tough to get through there. But this is interesting stock to watch. I'm definitely going to watch it tomorrow. All
right. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on this. And like, is there another SPAC that you use as a bogey to like one SPAC for them all, or no?
Well, there's one that I'm keeping a watch on for short squeezes. It's Helion and also XL.
Oh.
Those two are on my radar for potential, like just one day where you can just see it and be like, oh man, how the heck did I miss a 70% move? These are the type of stocks that I think it happens to, because it can do the same move like Romeo Powers did.
Okay. All right. I do want to note that we are creeping higher here. We are marching towards the high of the day, at least in the S&P. What if I pull up the SPY? SPY, someone just put in chat that volume is okay. I don't know about overall exchange volume, but volume in the SPY is very much not okay. Okay, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 straight days of declining volume in SPY. Obviously not indicative of the entire market. SPY is but one instrument, but it is like the most widely traded instrument. So I use that as my bogey for overall market volume. We do have 4 days in a row of volume declines on the SPY. So That makes for a boring market. Volume goes down, volatility can go up, but it means I don't know.
I'm seeing it just hit the top of the channel. This is what's happening, and so if we could pull up the SPY. There's a channel that it keeps going through, and that's the channel that was hit on the bottom side through the 380s.
Wait, what? We're at all time high. What channel? What do you mean? We're at all time highs.
So I mean, it's going up and hit. All right, I'll draw it out on mine.
Yeah, draw it. Bring your chart up, man, because I
gotta do what I gotta do, right?
All I see is all time highs. I don't know what you're talking about.
No worries, I'll show you it, man.
While we're on the topic, just to give everyone an idea of where we're at for the day, obviously we're up. Tech is a big reason for that, right? Tech is leading the way again. How many fake outs? How many times can I get faked out is the question, because it seems like every time tech goes down, I'm quick to pile on the bear tech trend, even though I'm loaded up on tech funds in my portfolio.
Boom! These are my ugly lines here because I just drew them and I used a weekly, instead of a daily.
Okay.
But if you kind of drew the same thing for the daily, you'll see it. These are the kind of the period that we went through. Remember, we kept hitting this 380, with everyone kept talking about that 380. If we broke down.
Yeah.
We went to about 371. And guess what happened? Next week, we were right back up above 380s. After we cleared that 380s, you heard me, Spencer. We're going for those 400, baby.
What do you mean? We're at 400. What do you mean?
When we were going to it, I had that feeling. And to me, it was such a mental number to get over.
Okay.
It's a hurdle. Yeah. I don't know about you. It was a hurdle to get over to that 400. Right. 350, 400. The next stop would be that 450 mental hurdle that a lot of people kind of keep in psychology. I think now you're going to be pushing to get out of this trend. I think we actually push above and we get out of the trend. But I think that's why you're seeing maybe a little bit lower volume today.
Okay. Maybe. I like your ability to draw trend lines on demand. That was fun. We should do that more often. I see the blind trader in chat. If y'all missed the blind trader on first trade, was that yesterday? I lose track of the days. I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. Rohan, was that yesterday? That was yesterday. Yeah. Check it out, guys. First Trade is our show that airs every Wednesday at 3:00. We had the blind trader on, and it was a great conversation. So check it out on our YouTube channel. Highly recommend that. I thought that was a great. I was able to watch it not live, but I watched it after the fact, and thought it was great. Okay, what else? What else are we seeing out there today? We talked about rice, big gainer. We talked about clover, big gainer. I mentioned UTME, which is that stupid IPO. Matt Hammond dropped knowledge for us on Monday when he come on, because this one makes absolutely no sense to me. Where is UTME now? It's at 46. So it IPO'd at 11, got to 107. Now we're down to 46. So fantastic. UTME. Great job. Great job, underwriters. Whatever you're doing, great job. Thank you very much for that. We call that market inefficiency, everyone. Market inefficiencies. What else are we seeing out there? I'm seeing people dropping XL. Okay, let's take a look at XL. I haven't looked at that since this morning. But all right, let me pull up a chart here.
Coming out with Juliet.
Why? I happen to have my screen.
Skills is down like. It's like 50-70%, right?
I just happened to have it open at the have the chart up at the open, and I was just every time I looked up, it was down more for skills. If anyone knows why, I didn't bother looking down, but that was just I know we talked about. I didn't change anything. I just changed the. Oh, are we back now?
We're back?
No, we're not. Jeez, what is going on?
I'm wondering what's going on.
Too many likes is what they're saying. Yeah, right.
We're back. I see us.
You see us? I'm still
Yeah, we're back, baby.
All right, now we're back. What the hell was that?
We're back.
That was so weird.
YouTube trying to take us down, man. We staying up, guys. We staying up. Hit the like button. They're trying to take us down.
No,
We ain't never going down.
Kevin, it wasn't a prank from Jason. Jason doesn't know how to do like YouTube things.
No, Jason's not taking us down.
He's not. I think he's at the dentist or something. I don't even know if he's like online right now.
He might be drinking some margaritas.
That was very bizarre. I don't know if that's ever happened before. That was really weird.
They're never taking us down, guys.
It was super strange.
There's only one thing we're gonna do.
Oh no! But the stock I was referring to was Blink. Blink had news. I did mention this morning that they're presenting at the Wedbush EV conference. Let me bring my charts back. And so Blink did have news out of that conference. While we're here, let's look at the other stocks that were presenting there, or companies presenting there. Companies like GIK. No. Companies like PDAC, SPAC. Well, it wasn't the SPAC presenting. It was the company that they're merging and that they're buying. What about Canoe, GEOV? Nope, I didn't get that right.
This one has that kind of cult-like following.
GEOV.
I see it on
GEOV up 6%. What about NGAC? No. What about Laser, Luminar? No, down actually. What about Faraday? PSAC is a spec on that one. Not really. What about THCB? Did I get that right? Yeah. Nope. Okay. I also noticed that the cannabis stocks, the ancillary plays were all up today off of GrowGen, it seemed like. GrowGen's up 12%. IIPR up 2%. Don't know what's going on there.
I don't understand Grow.
I know. Mitch hates this company. Mitch, is this like your most hated company?
I mean, I can go to the store right now. There's nothing special.
It's pull daily.
You know, the thing is, okay, so what is this store really doing? It's taking advantage of the supply that you cannot put in Home Depot and Lowe's.
Yeah, pretty much.
What happens when that changes?
I don't know.
Home Depot and Lowe's are going to put those supplies in their store.
Probably.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? There's no reason why they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can be a bear and you can just be wrong. And this one, guys, I'm wrong completely. I would have been wrong in the 20s. I would have been wrong in the 40s, the 60s. So, hey, I'm still wrong, guys, but I'm a bear.
Yeah. Yep. That was yeah, I don't know. I'm with you. I mean, look.
Big Bill, I see you. Call me out. Let me know. Yes, I've been wrong since the 20s. I'll admit it.
Rick House, picks and shovels. That's what they will tell you. That's a selling point. But Mitch's point is what happens when we get legalization in the U.S. and then it's all of a sudden
competitive advantages. That's my favorite thing to look for in companies, and I don't see any.
All right, Fubo. Let's talk about Fubo. They want to talk about Fubo.
Fubo.
Vivi likes it. Vivi likes Fubo. Guys,
not a favor, dude.
What more do you want? All right. I mean, I think the price action kind of speaks for itself. Okay. Long term, anybody's guess. Long term. I would imagine. I would imagine that if you're a long Fubo, for an investment, you should not look at this chart for like a year. You should just not look at it. You really shouldn't.
Oh, I like it year over year.
If you're long in for a trade, on the long side, well, you have this sort of what is that, quadruple bottom, whatever.
I like it, the quadruple bottom.
Yeah, I mean, you have that level, but there's not much else in the short term. Long term is a totally different ball game. And that's what the company would tell you. Short term, though, there's nothing here that like jumps out to me as appealing on the short term. So I just don't know what else there is more to say about it.
Roku looking good. I saw some good numbers being released.
Roku?
Yeah. Some good numbers on their March Madness.
We have a Roku, and it is so damn slow. It really is.
I'm telling you, there's something about them. But I'll tell you one thing. Everyone uses them.
I mean, I use them. It's just like between the updates, and it's just so slow.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
But I'm going to keep an eye on those ones that we were looking at this morning. We talked about it. Roku, VZIO. I think those are the ones that are more in favor than Fubo right now. And until you see that trend change, I would stick with those two names.
Producer AB, what's going on, man?
What's up? I just saw y'all having some fun, and I was like, I like to have fun, so I wanted to hop in here.
Wait, real fast. Do we know what the plan is for tomorrow yet? I know. Jason and Luke had talked about doing like a special thing. So just so everyone else on the stream knows, tomorrow, every quarter, Benzinga has like a company-wide meeting, right? And that meeting is tomorrow. And it's a several hour long, all hands on deck meeting where we go over every part of the company. So what we're going to do for SPAX Attack is we're going to, it starts at 11. So prior to the 11, we're going to do our normal stuff, pre-market prep, get technical, all that jazz. At 11, we're going to re-air the Gary V episode of SPAX Attack from yesterday. And that'll go the full hour, right, Mitch?
Yeah, so we'll just do the full hour of the replay.
Wow. As far as what happened, that's the plan. I don't know what Jason and Luke want to do as far as like noon to 2. I had a couple of things queued up that we could re-air, but like I don't know if they want to like broadcast our meeting or what.
Yeah, I think that might be what we end up doing. If I don't know.
Oh, geez. All right.
Bum.
Well, the last time we broadcasted a Benzinga internal thing, it went
Change it up.
horribly wrong. So I don't know. I guess I got to talk to them. But I guess like us, one in chat if you want to be privy to the all hands Benzinga meeting. Two if you don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, basically it'll be either streaming the meeting, doing a power hour replay.
Yeah,
is B, or C, nothing at all. Which I assume it'll either be A or B.
Yeah, and then after the meeting ends, we do have like options explained at 2:00 with Robert Roy. We got the At The Close show. We got Cannabis Insider. That's all happening. The before is happening. The after is happening. The during is what we don't quite know about yet. So Snap Crackle Hop says no replays. No replays. they all want to see the meeting, so I don't know how we're gonna do that if we end up doing it. But sorry guys, this is literally a once a quarter thing. It's 4 times a year.
What is different was the last one we did like a once a year thing.
What? The awards?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a once a year thing.
You see, they feel like they work with us, bro. We gotta keep them in, man. Come on.
Literally, it's like the only we have an all hands every week, but this is like the big one. This is the once a quarter thing, and everybody needs to be there for obvious reasons to go over like every aspect of the quarter, what worked, what didn't, what we're trying to do this quarter. And it's a big deal for us. And it only happens 4 times a year. So we can't be doing live stuff while also focusing on that meeting. It's sort of the 1 day a quarter where it's not a normal work day for anybody at the company. So I don't really know what Jason and Luke want to do as far as streaming that. I guess we need to clarify that before we go home today. But TBD. I guess the plan is TBD for tomorrow. Tune in. You may tune into a live Benzinga meeting. You may not. I don't know.
Tune in to find out.
You're gonna have to tune in to find out. Dang, y'all getting paid? That's funny, Rickhouse.
I'm just having fun with the chat over here.
Damn, y'all.
They think I took some mind mend.
That's funny.
That was like wait, but that the from that movie, like we are the Millers or whatever, where the kids like, wait, y'all are getting paid. Yep. But did you guys see the meme where they had all the characters in that scene were different banks, and that kid was Credit Suisse saying, "Wait, y'all sold?"
That's funny.
After that,
I didn't see that, but now I want it. Can you link me?
I'll find. Yeah, I probably kind of ruined it by explaining it poorly, but it was funny. It was funny.
Yeah.
We're vibing today, the guys. We're vibing.
Yeah, because for us, this is like today is kind of a Friday, even though it's we're still working tomorrow. Tomorrow is such a weird day for it's not a normal work day for us. So today kind of has like a Friday-ish vibe. We've got like a bunch of people that are remote normally that are here in the office right now. Like our office is the most full it's been in over a year. We've probably got like 20 people here.
Chris just gave me a game from the chat.
20 people.
Everybody. So Aaron, Bry, Spencer, look around you. What cool item do you have on your desk to show off? Show and tell, guys. I'll go first.
Damn. Wait,
All right, guys.
this actually reminds me of a game that
So I have a little baby little turtle here. This is my lucky little turtle. You got to have a little turtle. And then I have a rock on a 14er that I did. So
okay,
those are my 2 items right now.
All right, I got one.
What you got, Spencer?
Okay, so these are wipes. Now,
Benzinga wipes.
Listen, they're Benzinga wipes. Okay, so we ordered these obviously like last year when, when all the shit went down, and we ordered a bunch of wipes. Here's the catch, though: these wipes are not disinfectant wipes. They're regular ass wipes that don't do anything for germs. So we ordered like a box of these wipes. They're wet wipes, but they don't actually disinfect anything. So everybody has wet wipes, but they don't clean. They're not for cleaning. They're just for wetting your hand, making your hands wet. So
are you guys ready? Wait, I'm gonna.
I guess you got dry hands.
I don't know what. Mitch,
you got the dry hand problem or something?
AB, what do you got?
For mine, I'm gonna take my cam off for a second and then put it back on. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Uh oh. Big man's trying to grab something cool here. Let's see what Big AB brings.
And these were just on my desk, by the way.
Oh, swaggy swag.
I'm
ready to dive in.
Dive into the market.
Michael Phelps over here.
Yeah, you know it.
Wait. When is AB coming to the office? That's what I want to know.
I was supposed to come this week, but I had some complications going on at home and everything. So I'm coming up.
Tears. Rick House, exactly. No.
Rick House.
Wipe the tears.
Wipe those tears after those losing trains.
Never take those off, AB. I think my head would start hurting because they're a little tight.
You get the goggle face.
You need to just wear those like when you're on with Jason and don't even acknowledge it.
It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
he would freak out.
Don't even acknowledge it. Don't even acknowledge it, man. You acknowledge it. All right, I'm checking the time, making sure Joel knows what he's doing.
Yeah, so we could get back to talking to stocks. Joel. Keep it straight, Joel. Keep it straight. Where's Joel to keep it straight?
Yeah.
Seems like these guys over here.
Yeah. I think Joel feels like our dad sometimes, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him one.
I'll tell you one thing. If Joe was my grandfather, I would be the happiest man on earth. So.
Dude, he's not that old.
He could be. He could be. I'm young. I'm young.
I hope
y'all are the same age. Or
I hope he didn't hear that. Joel, save us.
There he is. There he is.
All right, it's time for At The Close. Let's do.
He's gonna come give me help.
Let's do the At The Close thing right now. Where's my
Start
video?
us up. Get us out of here, Spencer.
All right, y'all.
All right, it is time for pre-market prep at the close.
3 consecutive highs, opened, matched yesterday's low, and then once it took out there, that's all the breakout momentum traders needed.
Joel, I was just complaining how bored I was with the market. Do you agree?
Hey, what's boring about market going up? But is Aaron still around? Can you bring Aaron back for a second? Or is he gone?
I'm here.
Maybe. What's up?
Are you a swimmer?
Here we go.
I swam a little bit like growing up, but yeah, I swim for exercise sometimes.
Oh, okay. Because I'd whoop you.
You whoop me? What are you, like a breaststroke, free stroke? What's your thing?
Everything.
I don't think
I swam 2,000. I swam 2,000 meters an hour before the show started.
You might be a little bit more
joining this
than me.
Oh, Mitch, you're a little beauty butt. Mitch,
this.
Mitch, you can't swim, man. I could probably do 4. I'd take on each of you guys could do 2 lengths, and I could do 6, and I'd probably lap you.
Wait, if you guys want to make Joel really mad, ask him about the time that we had a swim contest at the Benzinga summer.
Oh, we need to hear this.
Oh, did you beat him?
Yeah.
Did you beat him, Spence?
No. It wasn't with me. It wasn't with me.
I don't even know if you were around for that. But hey, anybody in the chat, Aaron, anybody wants to hop in a pool, go 50, 100 meters with me? Anytime, Mitch, you're a skinny little guy like you, man. I'd probably I'd whoop you.
I want to see. To tell you the truth, I don't think where we would really get destroyed is the Peloton.
I've been going to the pool since I got the vaccine. I've been going to pool, but I'm 57. You probably may find 25 or 30 other 57-year-olds in the nation
as good as you.
As fast
that could
as
beat you.
Yeah.
Are you in like a master's program?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Haven't been any meets.
I'm a certified. Well, I was a certified lifeguard. I might have let that.
Oh, please. So was I. That's a low bar.
I lifeguarded for 10 years, but I never
okay. Last thing. My biggest strength in swimming, I can go there and back in a full length pool underwater, 50 meters.
Okay.
No, you can't go 100 meters.
You know what?
50 there and back.
This is going down. This is going down.
When I was 11, I did a head down 75.
All right.
Everyone's getting the vaccine.
And I start my workout every day. I do 25 meters underwater, and that's like, nothing. So, but whatever. If you're local, we'll hop in the pool.
I'm coming.
Not Raz's pool. It's too small, man. But whatever.
We're going Olympic.
That's 50 meter, not 25 meter. But anyways, do we want to get to the markets, or we just want to kibitz here the whole time?
No, yeah, kibitz. That's kibitz. All right, bring up those charts. I was saying that I was bored. Not that I don't like the market going up steadily like it is. It's just there's nothing. There's no big. There's no vol. I don't know.
Well, that's what you want, though, man. That's what you want. You want to slow. You don't want volatility, because if you get a lot of volatility, I'm bringing up the chart, Spencer.
Yeah, no, I'm not used to, because I remember I'm trying to remember what it was like back in was it 2000 and it was 17. We basically just didn't go down all year. We basically went up the entire year, and every day was the same exact story. And I'm trying to get back into that mindset, right? Where it's like every day we just up a little more, up a little more, up a little more. That's how the last few weeks have been, or a few days at least.
Yeah, well, you're coming into a Friday, the end of the week. It's just, you've been just getting good news. I mean, it all started with that jobs number last Friday, and we didn't have that session on Friday. But anyways, one trick I like to look out for is a breach of the pre-market low. That's where the big boys are up trading, and you didn't get that. 72.50 was your overnight low. You only got to 73 even, and then boom, you took off. Haven't taken out the pre-market high 92.75. We only been 89.50, but we still have some time left here. But gonna post a new all-time closing high for sure here. I mean, nothing's for sure, but good looking day in the S&Ps. Crude. Just doing the old $60, trying to clear 60 today. It did not make a high over 60, and that's the first time. You got something for me, Spence?
No, I do, but finish your thing.
And then we go. Gold clearing 1750, up 1370. Silver back over 25, up 27 cents at 25.52, and Bitcoin. Trading range still, man, right between 55K and 60, up a couple grand at 58,280.
All right, let's talk about Clover again.
Okay.
We mentioned this about 20 minutes ago, but a lot has changed in 20 minutes.
Whoa!
Yeah, I know. So last I looked, it was at, what was it? I don't know. It was at 8. It was in the 8s. That's all I know, and it's in the 9s now. Again, this headline. I don't think this is headline related at all. There is a headline on this today that they're in this what is it, like a nationwide experiment for a new contract, a new healthcare model, a new contract.
Okay.
That this was out hours ago, and that was your headline, but.
Well,
I'm sort of at a loss here. Jeez.
Can I take the guess at the guy's name behind the spec?
Yeah.
You always get it right.
Yeah, I do.
Chamath Palihapitiya.
Have credit for effort, but
Chamath Palihapitiya. What is it?
Now you're just.
What is it?
Chamath Palihapitiya.
Oh, I forgot the poly part. Okay. It's a SPAC. It got hit on a short report, and it was just waiting for a catalyst. And, it looked dead in the water here at 7. You're looking like, where's it going to go? It's dead money. And you got a catalyst here. So catalyst moves the stock. Will you have a 2-day move? Well, tune in tomorrow at 3:30 and we'll tell you. Just from a technical standpoint, like Spencer, do you have your daily chart up? Are you looking at this? Like what really stands out to you? Like what level?
The whatever like March 12th through March 22nd was that whatever those highs were.
Yep, exactly. $9. Good job, Spencer. And so it's clearing 9, close over 9. After this kind of move, this kind of rip, it's probably on heavy volume. I wouldn't want to be short it. Would I be long it going in tomorrow? Maybe. You get some follow through, like people read the headlines afterwards. Big volume day. So it's getting off the mat. It's still a SPAC, right? So a lot of people are stuck at 10, a lot of overhead supply. Short report, maybe that short's out of the market and, good news. So you got to move. And let's hope it continues for CLOV.
Who's having a good day into their report tonight is Levi. Levi Strauss is up 2.5% in the report earnings tonight, having their best day for a minute.
Well, the thesis behind this is that no one's been buying new clothes because no one's had to go anywhere, right? And now people need to buy new clothes. So the retail's been hot. Is this an all-time high for Levi?
No.
Yeah, because it IPO'd.
All right. Yeah.
Wow. Boy, it's had a huge run going into the report. I think it's an all-time. The all-time high. Yeah, I think it was. It was made last month. So if you want to target on the upside here, view data window, 25.78. That's the only number I can really give you on the upside. On the downside, if this thing goes into the tank, I don't know. See what happens at 24. Someone stepped up at 24 on Tuesday. They stepped up there on Thursday, which is today. There was a little resistance there. So, yeah, Levi. Man, I can't remember the last time I bought a new pair of Levi's.
What was an IPO price? IPO price was in the Benzinga Pro $17. And
why don't I have that? Why do I have
because it opened at 22.
Oh, okay. All right,
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So, okay, Joe, I'm being told I have to ask you a question. So, one of the top gainers today is the SPAC. The ticker is Rice. I don't want to ask you about Rice though. I want to ask you about the sponsors behind Rice Acquisition Corp. They are in the process of creating a second SPAC to go with Rice. Do you want to guess what the ticker for that's going to be?
Beans?
That was what I guessed.
We've been working together too long.
No.
I'm sorry, Spencer. You have become as demented as me.
No. That you're
no, okay. It's not. It's Rice. Roni?
Yeah, Roni.
Oh, I'm the second guess, and before you guys said that, I said that. And okay, trivia question.
Okay.
What's the most famous commercial for that?
I don't know.
What cities associated with?
Wild guess. Ann Arbor?
No. No, come on. I know we got some old people in here.
Monroe, Michigan?
No, come on.
Right.
Rice Roni.
Is it in Michigan, or because everything you do, if I guess it has a Michigan tie to it?
The chat is all over it. Rice Roni, the San Francisco treat.
You see, you threw me off because usually your trivia involves Michigan. So
and if I'm not mistaken, and I may be because I commonly am, but wasn't Carl Malden in that commercial? Could someone check that for me?
Chat, help him out. I'm not helping.
Do you know who Carl Malden is?
No.
Oh, Mr. Movie Guy. Huh. You ain't no Mr. Movie Guy. All right. Look at I love the crowd coming out here. I know we got, you think you have all these millennials and all these Reddit people in here. we have the what do you call it? Geriatric chat. Can we market that? The geriatric chat?
I'm sure we could. Can we talk tech here for a second? Because tech is leading the way for us. Thank you very much, Fang Stocks. Right?
You know, yeah. You know what? I'll tell you.
Apple, not Facebook, but Apple, Amazon, Google, even Netflix, Microsoft.
You know, I don't want to hurt my arm or anything, but I really want to pat myself on the back. Because, and Dennis too, because we've been talking about these stocks and we're like, well, what if the big boys get involved?
Yeah.
Right? What if Apple? What if Microsoft? What if Amazon? What if Google? What if Facebook? What if they decide to get involved in this rally? What's going to happen? You see what's happening. Yeah. And look at this. When I draw a line on a chart, okay, of a 50% retracement in a major stock, it doesn't have to go there, but it's a good sign. And there you go. It took a while. It labored. But finally, Apple's getting back half of that earnings move. At 131 is probably the number. A lot of targets for people on the long side. Big rally, 120 to 130 the last couple days. So you're getting a big boy participation now. And I can't tell you how that important that is, especially for me, who has my largest holding is the S&P 500, the spider. Microsoft, Gap and Go on that $97 billion contract for AR stuff. Amazon, it's waking up. It's a little bit slower, but it cleared that 50%, and then it didn't even pause there for a day. It gave you 1 day once it cleared the 50%. Google, amazing consolidation after the Gap and Go in earnings, and it just said, okay, I'm not going down. That's a chart. It says, I'm not going down. I'm not really sure if I want to go up. Boom, breakout. Boom, Google. There you go. Facebook has been the quiet leader here. And the reason I say that is because it's been on a march. Wow, I'll draw a steep trend line right there. Lower PE stock. So you have a tech, but it's a low PE. So there you go.
More relative. Low PE is a relative term.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I mean, I agree with you. So.
All right. What else? So 80
and that was always, just to echo Joe's point, like the question was always, well, if tech starts rallying again like it's been for the last 8 years, well, the market basically can't go down. If tech is going to rally, the only way the market goes down is if everything else gets crushed, and that's just not going to happen, right? So the market's going to go up if tech goes up, and that's what Joel was
exactly.
What's happening? Because I think the six largest tech stocks, right? I think those account for, what is it? 20. It's between 25 and 30%.
I haven't even looked lately, and maybe I'll do that if I get bored on vacation, because I always, on my other screen here that you guys can't see, I keep up the top 11 components in the S&P. It used to be the top 10. ExxonMobil, actually, I've been following this for so long. The GE was the number one component when I started following it. But right now it's Apple. I combined the Googles, and then not most people do that. So that's why I include 11. But there's one stock that I don't say I'm going to talk about that I want to talk about, but I'm not going to talk about it.
What is that even? I don't even know what you just said. What did you just say?
There's a stock I say I don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to talk about it, and then I'm not going to talk about it anymore.
Okay.
GameStop.
I still don't know.
GameStop.
I don't understand what you're saying, but okay.
GameStop.
Okay.
GameStop.
Yeah.
I'm just leery of that offering out there. Yeah. I know it's not at a price, and I know it's not getting Viacom'd. And now Dennis said it wasn't a big offering, but it just ding, 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 ding. It just, something tells me that if the company's offering stock here, after all this time, they must think it's a pretty good deal. So, and what happened to the Ryan Cohn rally?
So,
what happened to Ryan Cohn rally?
buy the rumor, sell the news is
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of old news too. But all right, I'm not going to talk about GameStop anymore. Go ahead.
So now I understand what you were saying when you were saying you're going to talk about it, but you're not. But you are. I get it. GameStop. That makes sense to me now. Okay. Geez, what else was on my list here to talk about? There was a few more things, and now I'm all frazzled. From the many tangents we've gone on in the last.
You're frazzled after some of the other people that you're on with. I mean, come on, Spencer. You should have a much higher tolerance than that.
You're right. I should. You're right. No, I want to hit on tech. I hit on Blink already. Can we talk energy here? Just because it's leading us downward here. It's really the only thing not playing ball today. Is energy. Everyone else is playing ball. Energy's not.
Let's see. I mean, Dennis, who's been bearish ExxonMobil since 40.
Yeah.
It just continues to be. I mean, crude has pulled off its high significantly, right? Yeah. And these stocks have had a big rally. They've come back. So I don't know. I mean, if you're gonna roll your money out of your winners, what's been a bigger winner than something like ExxonMobil? And so you take a little money off the table here, reallocating assets. Crude is not exactly working in your favor. We all know that within 5 years, we're not going to need any oil at all because everyone's going to be driving EVs. So, long term, it has a fundamental story that's not working. Yep. Shorter term, crude had one hell of a rally, and now it's starting to get back. So, looking at this ExxonMobil, you hit that 62, and now sellers have stepped down to 58. If I could draw the right side of this chart here instead of looking left, I think you get a little fall to like 54, and then everyone's like, oh, I got to get out at 56. And then you drop to 52, and then you're like, oh, I got to get out at 54. Then you drop to 50, and then you drop to 40, and then you drop to 30. No, I don't know. It looks like you made a top, you came off, people are trying to wiggle out. They couldn't wiggle out where they wanted. And now the big money's just probably going to move their offers down. So that's just a quick look at ExxonMobil.
Good one. Snap, crackle, and pop in chat. So we talked about Clover, which is a Chamath SPAC, or was a Chamath SPAC. All of his other SPACs are moving up with it. So whether it's IPOF, IPOE, IPOD still on there, yeah, they're all up in sympathy with Clover.
Snap, crackle, pop. Where you been? I haven't seen you in a while, unless people just change names. Yeah, I mean. I don't know. I can't even keep track of one SPAC. I don't know how this guy keeps track of 2 or 3, but yeah, you are getting a little bit of a sympathy move.
Interesting. Okay, let's move on. There are some other questions in chat. Robert Carneal is asking about Canopy Growth, CGC. This is interesting. So Canopy Growth is they did announce a transaction today. They're buying Supreme Cannabis for $435 million. I'm sure that will come up on the Cannabis Hour, which is next, by the way. But let's just look at the chart of CGC. Really not doing much today, down 5%, especially in light of the fact that there are other pod stocks that are up nicely today, as you mentioned, like Grow.
Who did you say asked about that?
Robert Carneal.
It's not Robert Crowley?
No.
Okay. Because there's a Robert Crowley that listens, and his mom listens to the show too, Agnes. So I just wanted to make sure you didn't get it right.
No.
Wow. I mean, can you find something bullish to say about this stock here? Down to $1.59? I will. And it won't last very long. You're on last month's low, right? 28.04, haven't got there yet. 28.20 low, trying to get a bounce. You're 28.42, so street's not real happy. Clear downtrend, Reddit high, coming down. Is 28 the number? Maybe. Last month's low. Could it be a month? Could we look at this in the middle of the month and say, hey, we should have bought this at 28.20? But there you go. If not, if you're trading on a monthly basis, you look at monthly perspective, the next monthly low is 25. The fact that it's holding 28 is good. I cannot find much, and it might break this streak here. I mean, how many down days in a row is it's had? It's had, oh, well, that was an update, not much. That was flat. So 1, 2, little bit of a losing streak. Lower highs, lower lows. That is not the definition of an uptrend, folks.
Joe, I noticed this is unlike you. You wrote your pre-market prep stock of the day article on like a crazy mover.
I did.
This is so unlike you. You wrote it on Vericity, VERY, which is very unlike you.
Well, I try. Very observant there, Spencer. Well, the reason I did this is because I didn't, like we usually like talk about one stock a lot, or we make a call one way or another. We have a disagreement.
Yeah.
But we didn't. So I go to and I got to give a shout out to Dustin Bitchock and Jason Shubnow.
Yeah.
Are they in the office yet or not?
No.
Okay.
They're not.
So all my articles that you guys see, I mean, we have these outstanding editors.
Yep.
And Spencer, you've looked at my stuff a couple times, and you tell me to use Grammarly, but and I do, and I do. Okay. I still mess it up. All but these guys are just the most incredible editors, and so I say, okay, give me a crazy stock, and they go VERY, and I'm looking at it, and I just couldn't resist. No news, low float, low volume. Do you know this thing got to $34 in the pre-market?
I did know that. Yes.
Look at that. Look at that. And then I just kind of said, where it goes, no one from here, no one really knows. So I don't know. Crazy stocks, low volume, 15% short float. Man, I don't know. I don't trade these kind of stocks. I do write about them. But I want to give a big shout out to Jason, and I call him Chubbs. His nickname is Shubs. But I call my articles if you need any help with the Joel speak, let me know. But they seem to do a great job, and they don't get a lot of credit. So I want to give them some credit.
You know what? That is the first time I've ever heard you acknowledge that you don't call Shubs by his correct nickname. I've never actually heard you acknowledge that. You're the only person that calls him by a different name.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
No,
because there's a stock. Chubb.
Right. Chubb, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So Jason Shubnow, what's the symbol on that? CB, right?
Yeah.
I thought they got taken over. So
wait, I think it may have gotten taken over. now that you mention it.
No, but it's back though. Now it's the Chubb Corp. It got taken over, then it came back. I couldn't figure that one out. But anyways, that's why I call him Chubbs.
All right. RAG has been patient here, asking if he, I guess.
Someone says they know him from college.
Sure. Okay, great.
Where'd you go to school, Matteo? Let's see.
Fantastic. What about LUM and Lumen Technologies? RAG is asking. So the entry here was at 1346. And they're asking if they should just wait this thing out or see.
Well, would I recommend buying at 1346? Absolutely not, because it's trading at 1289.
No. That's where they bought it. Come on.
Ah, man. I'd really like to see it hold here. I just don't like the depth of that red candle.
I think Mateo actually does know our Shubs.
Really?
Yeah.
CMU?
Yeah. All right, we'll have to find out who this Mateo is.
I don't like this candle here today in Lumen Technologies. That's a big red candle. When you had a big red candle here, you did get a bounce and it was low the move. So, I mean, I could draw all the support in here. I don't know if there's any news on this, but, if it doesn't retake this tomorrow, I would be a little bit concerned because that was support here, the rally. Is this it's not a SPAC, or was a SPAC? Is a SPAC?
Yeah.
Yeah. And where is it closing? Is closing in relation to the low? 1287, 1290, kind of heavy volume. I don't know. Keep an eye on tomorrow. You want to see a bounce tomorrow.
All right. They're asking about Penn. I guess this one's notable for the move it made yesterday or the day before. I think it was 2 days ago now. So up 4% on the day and at the high of the day, looking to gain.
What do I have to say about Penn? Spencer. Look at the chart and tell everyone what I think, so we don't have to talk about this anymore.
I'm not looking at the daily like you are.
Look at the daily.
Okay, let me zoom in so I can see. What would you say about it? You say 110 is a nice double top.
Yeah, it's got to clear 110.
Yeah.
Yep. Look at Bill Big D knows. Hey, who's winning the Masters?
It's on the TV up here, but
it's kind of early, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 110, 110. That's all I can say. If you want another number besides 110, man, you had to move from 97 to 110. That's 13. That's 6.5. That puts you 103.5. What did you get to here? You got 100. Yeah. I mean, I still like it above 103.50. I would have said if I would, after, before you see these last 3 days, if you asked me where to buy it on a pullback, I said 103.50 and then stop yourself out of the low of the move. But man, I don't know who bets on baseball? What's the big sporting events coming up? I really don't know.
I did hear that there is a horse race in the first weekend of May. Is that true?
Oh yeah, the Derby. Yeah, I'm gonna do a lot of scouting on that on vacation. Pins.
Wait, look at this. We have a little reunion in our chat.
We do?
Yeah. Jason Chevnell has popped into the chat. Mateo, if that's you, say hi.
Chums. Oh boy. Guys, that Pins, I mean, it's holding on. I mean, it had another up day in a row. The only thing I'd say here is that a little bit of tighter range of an up day. So, yeah, you got your buyers, but also you got your sellers. I'm not willing to call topping it yet. It's up here. It's having another good day. Move your stop up. Next target's 86.50. It's long, it's strong. It's just how many up days in a row has this had? Holy cannoli. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 out, I mean, I don't know what else you're looking for. 11 out of 12 up days. If you want to wait for it to hit 90, if that's your target, then go right ahead. I just can't see after 10 out of 11 up days that you're not going to have a little red candle in there, to shake you out a little bit, like a downgrade or something. I don't know. But, I'm afraid of heights, and it's still climbing. Good looking chart. Let's see if we can get to 90.
All right, we are inside 10 seconds, Joel. Get us
10 seconds. New all-time closing high, blasting off here right at the high of the intraday session, 89.75. New all-time closing high led by the big boys. The big boys are helping out today, so that's bing, bing, bing. That's what we needed. So here we go. Right, tomorrow, my last show for a week.
I know.
Boy, oh boy. And someone asked, do I still hold Peloton? And what do you think the answer is? Do I still hold my Peloton?
You still hold a blank? The answer is usually a yes.
I can't think of exactly. I think I sold one stock out of my long-term portfolio 2 years ago, and that was a mistake. It was KHC to take a tax loss, and I never bought it back.
Well, this way.
But I think I sold it at 40 on the tax loss, so there we go. That we're wrapping things up. And you know what Spencer's going to do? Jay, who are you going to get to fill in for me on that? Mitch?
I haven't thought that far ahead, but it's on my to-do list, all right? It is on my to-do list. find a guest co-host. Normally what we do is just Dennis and I hold down the fort, but I think it could be fun to have a guest host.
No. I meant for the At The Close show.
Oh, again, haven't thought that far ahead, but I will find someone.
Okay. All right. We're going to do At The Close show tomorrow?
Yes, we are.
For that?
Yes,
okay.
For that. All right. Thanks a lot, Joel. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow. It is past 4:00, which means we are into thank you. We are into the Cannabis Hour. So let me hop off here. Josh Kincaid from the C3 Fund and Catherine Dockery from Vice Ventures on today. Going to bring on Javier and Elliot with me now. And I'm going to hop off. Guys, have a great show. I'll be watching.
Woo! Let's do it. Happy Cannabis Hour, y'all. Happy almost 420. We're getting there. We're close to 420, actually. We got to figure out what to do. We'll have a drink. Is this happy hour yet? Have we decided? Can we drink during the show?
Is this like You mean cannabis drinks, right?
For sure. We'll have Can. Well, drinkcan.com. Can they send us some beverages to do a little on-show production? Welcome, everybody. Thanks for sticking around for Cannabis Hour. We have some fun interviews today. We're talking to some investors in the cannabis industry. We're going to hear from them directly on what they look for, how they invest, what they're invested in, if they'll tell us, which I'm sure they will. And I'm excited. It's going to be a fun one. Javi, big news today.
Massive
Big news. Aaron, why don't you start us off, man, and we'll come back with a little song that I have him queued up for. Aaron, where are you? Bring it to me, man. Hold on, Javi. I got this. Hold on. Ready? It's the Supremes. Because, Javi, why are we playing the Supremes right now? Why are we playing the Supremes right now?
Okay.
Oh, Javi, why are we playing the Supremes right now? Aaron, thank you, man. I appreciate you.
I mean, from what I can assume, I mean, maybe you're a big fan, but Cannabis Growth Corporation, NASDAQ, CGC, is poised to merge with the Supreme Cannabis Company, OTCQX, SPRWF. They are paying more than $345 million for the company.
I mean, huge acquisition numbers there. B, if you had talked to me a year ago, I would have been more bullish on Supreme than I was on Canopy. Obviously, a lot changes in a year, a lot changes in a month, a lot changes in a week. But this was a year ago. I was so bullish on Supreme. And for good reason. They have a great footprint. They have 3 major brands with Truvera, Blisco, and 7 Acres. And I just want to point out one number, Javi, and then I just want your thoughts on this. Their combined pro forma market share now estimated to be 23.3% of the premium flower segment in Ontario, the entirety of Ontario, and 21.4% in British Columbia. That is friggin' huge.
It's completely massive. I mean, I want to share a tweet actually from our good friends at Merida. I don't know if you can see it there.
Yep, we see it.
But they were asking, CGC goes up when U.S. legality moves forward, yet they're still buying Canadian companies. Can't find real growers for less than $435 million. Merida didn't like it. Emily Paxia at Poseidon didn't like it. I don't know.
I like it.
Listen,
it's a lot of money, but Canopy's not in shortage. So I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm a big fan of Supreme. I have been for a while. They have a footprint, especially CBD wise in the US. So they already have that entrance into this market. They're a monstrosity once this goes through in Canada. We'll see. The value will be weighed. It will be measured in the words of A Knight's Tale. But listen, to me, this is a huge deal. And if you look, Canadian stocks are up right now. Afria's up, Tilray's up, Sundial's up, Delta 9 was up, Hexo finally was up. Jeez, Pete's, I've been talking about Hexo for weeks, people. Christina Lake was down. MetaPharm was up.
What's up with this?
What are you looking at?
Flat, trending down. Market didn't love this.
Is that today?
Yes, this is today.
I don't know. Yeah, well, we'll see. Listen, I think Canopy is going to be here for a while. I don't think they make this acquisition without weighing the benefits. I love their chief product officer. I love David Klein, their government relations guy. I love Sol Clahane, the head of their U.S. operations. I think they have a brilliant management team. Hillary over there, their chief equity officer. I don't know. I think they're set up for success, and I think this is a stepping stone to just.
I am also pretty excited. I think maybe Josh, our first guest today, who is an equity analyst, can provide us some insight here.
Oh yeah, he'll give us a little devil's advocacy, I'm sure. I'm excited. Anyway, that's our first bit of news. Again, that is CGC, Canopy Growth Corp. You probably all know them. They're pretty cool, pretty big.
Mm-hmm. Do we have time for one more?
Yeah, we do. You next. I started us off with Supremes.
I mean, another company I know you love, Trulieve. They opened the store today. That is not the big news. The big news is they priced their previously announced marketed public offering of subordinate voting shares, and they're offering 5 million shares at 50 Canadian dollars or 39.63 per share in US dollars to the public, both in the US and Canada. They expect to bring in a little bit over $198 million US.
So they're down. Javi, why do you think that is? You think people are kind of concerned about the dilution there?
Let me see. Trulieve.
They
did say that was one of the things that the people were talking about recently. Also, how it's priced, right? If it's priced under the market value, right? After being down almost $2 today, they're still trading close to 41, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
So an offering.
I'm not personally concerned. I'm trying to play more devil's advocate on this one than the last. I'm a big Trulieve fan.
So that's probably why. If you see now, like if you take a look at the chart, you'll see it. Let's go again. There you go. You'll notice. Let's close the chat here. That all that happened is it just got much closer to the current offering price. Offering is expected to close by or around April 12th. So we'll see, what happens to this stock between now and then.
Perfect. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. But I mean, Trulieve, they're a giant. They're around for the long term. I'm not really worried at all. All right. Somebody mentioned Grow Generation. They had a decent day, up 0.4 or up 24 cents rather. Somebody mentioned Sundial. Sundial is also up about 1% today. Overall, I think a decent day in the market today.
Pretty decent day.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Somebody mentioned Sundial. Listen, we've talked about this many times. I think they're a fine cannabis company.
Indeed.
That is, yeah. Oh, are you raising your hand, Javi? Please.
No, I'm just laughing.
Oh.
You want to?
Right.
What do you want to do? One more? Or should we get?
Well, I want to mention something. We have some time here. We have two guests today. I am a little bit curious of your thoughts on the Curaleaf IMAC deal with their expansion. And they're hitting the UK, Germany, several markets there, and the Intracure cookies deal. They're hitting Europe and Israel.
Love them both.
Love them both. I'm curious. Do you have a preference? I mean, listen. Editorially, we both know they're friggin' great, right? But I'm just curious. If I'm weighing these, what's your thought?
So I mean, let's go. Let's take it a step at a time. Curaleaf finally will enter the European market after closing the $310 million acquisition of EMAC, one of the largest operators in Europe. They also closed $130 million in financing to support this expansion, right? And that gives them access to several markets. I think it's super interesting, as you said, the UK, there's Germany, they will be growing cannabis in Portugal, EU GMP cannabis. So I think that is awesome. I love to finally see big US operators getting into Europe and going international. And then there's the other deal you mentioned is cookies and Intracure, right? Intracure is it's an Israel-based company. They're poised to merge with Subversive Acquisition LP, OTCQX, SBVRF, so SBVRF. And they signed this agreement to bring the cookies brand to Israel and Europe. There already is one cookie store in Israel. They're planning to open one more and then expand through Europe.
Well, in cannabis, y'all, keep in mind, the culture around cannabis in Israel is completely different than here in the U.S. Completely different. I think we actually had a discussion. If you all missed that, we talked to Michael Auerbach, the head of Subversive Acquisition Corp. He was on Cannabis Hour probably like 2 months ago, and he went through CanDoc and the value and their amazing leadership team. I think the most decorated war hero in Israeli history is their CEO. So I mean,
Prime Minister is also on their board. Ehud Barak? No, who was it?
That's who I'm talking about. I think he is both of those things. So I'm so excited for CanDoc to potentially be listed on the NASDAQ. I could not be more excited for that. That for one, I'm super ready for. I just think, I don't know. I'm interested to see how the European market grows, and I think it's going to grow very quickly. I don't know what you think there, but there's not a whole lot of competition at the moment.
Yeah,
at least from the sense of those companies that also have operations in the U.S. and Canada. You look at like Flower Corporation in Portugal. I mentioned this a day or two ago with Patrick. Now Curaleaf. Some companies are in Eastern Europe, but IMAC was an obvious choice for Curaleaf because there's not a list of powerhouses there. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how that market evolves, whether it's within or a mix of both. I don't know. What do you think, Javi? Am I overthinking this?
No, I think it's pretty good. I'm bullish generally on this, right?
As you should be.
The European market is huge. People in Europe know how to live and know how to live well. I'm not messing around.
What?
This is real.
They know how to live, y'all. We don't know how to live. They know how to live.
Have you ever vacationed at Mediterranean? Have you ever been to Europe? It's like people know how to live. And cannabis is very nice. That lifestyle, right? Whether if it's for well-being, for wellness, for recreation, for medical purposes.
I also know how to live, says Zerka. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Javi. I will be joking on you for this for many weeks. I do want to call out Crypto Morning Show's comment. Yes, every time we mention SNDL, a shot must be taken. We've tried to move past that in recent weeks. We've had a couple of clever leaves in the chat. Javi, I think this is a good time to tease the audience. Kyle Detweiler will be joining us in a week and a half. 2 weeks.
Yes. No, a week and a half. Actually,
week and a half. It's like a week from Monday. I think it's a week from Monday, right?
Monday.
So he'll be on April the 19th. So I think he's going to be on with Javi and Patrick. It's going to be a killer interview. Kyle's one of the most intelligent people I think I've ever heard, present on the cannabis stage, and that's not taking anything away from anybody else. But looking more near term to Isaac Muni. Give me a phonetic pronunciation there, man. But on Monday, Nick Kovacevic on April 12th. Nick Kovacevic, CEO of Kushco, OG of the cannabis industry, will also be joining Javier and Patrick. So we got some interesting interviews coming up, a lot of big news. And I think, Isaac, tune back in on Monday. I think that's where you're going to get some interesting news, interesting information about this merger.
And you can ask him directly.
And you can ask him. We'll pass your questions along. But I will say, that was just it. Now they're one of the just major top 2 or 3 ancillary companies in the space. Yeah. With that merger once it's done. It's huge. Massive. Yeah. Massive. So
we're talking about the Kushco Holdings Green Lane merger. So it's
KSHB.
KSHB. LNG. No.
GNLN.
Oh my God.
GNLN and KSHB. Javi, you're suspended. Stop drinking in the middle of the day.
Not my day. Never. never.
Hey, Javi. All right. Shall we get started? Shall we hear from the people who actually invest in this industry for a living? A living. Who does that? Who invests in cannabis for a living? Let's find out. Aaron, let's go ahead and bring Josh over if he's on. There he is. Josh Kincaid of C3 Fund. You're an analyst there. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Oh my God, your sound is so good, Josh. That's like professional grade studio there, man.
I'm sorry. I could step back like 10 feet if you want to
Oh, no. I actually mean that. You sound great. Not everybody who comes on here sounds great, including myself. Anyways, Josh, welcome. Welcome to Cannabis Hour. Fun, casual atmosphere. We're here to learn about you and your just vast insights into this industry. So please tell us about you and the C3 Fund.
Yeah, so Josh Kincaid, I'm a portfolio risk analyst with C3. C3 is a fintech company, so we specialize in automated algorithmic trading. We use artificial intelligence and machine learning to do what a lot of us don't want to do, which is sit behind a screen and pull our hair out. I'm 43, I feel 80, I probably look 60, and a lot of that is because of Wall Street. So I use an algorithm because it's really hard to figure out, on your own what it is that the market should be doing. And so using technology to kind of give us alerts and figure out what's trending, when to get out at the peak, what's a good opportunity to get in at the trough, and really kind of maximize opportunities is what we're trying to do, but dabbling nonetheless.
Did you have just a horrible February?
February was a little crazy. Bags under my eyes more than normal. It reminds me a little bit of September, as a matter of fact. So we didn't have a single trade for the entire month of September, and we're just kind of sitting there like, what should we do? Should we do like an inverse fund to take advantage of the opportunities as they go down? We can't just sit all in cash. Our competitors didn't, and they lost. MJ, Podex, some of those big indexes weren't able to have that luxury of being able to get all in cash. So right now, I mean, we're kind of looking at crypto because cannabis seems like it's taking a vacation maybe until September. So trying to look around and see what those other opportunities are in the meantime.
Interesting.
Anything you're holding that you can share in that sense? And I mean stocks, by the way.
Honestly, so right now we're not holding anything. We are all cash right now, and we rebalance
since
every
September or since February.
We're all cash for probably the last 2 weeks. I don't remember the exact day, but relatively recent.
That seems like a big statement to me. I may be out of touch, when it comes to algorithmic trading, but that seems like a shot at a bit of the confidence of the industry right now.
I think so, but I also think it's a result of that huge influx we had. So even though we were all in cash in September, we posted on social media our cannabis stocks poised for a breakout in a month. So we knew at least about 60 days in advance that there was momentum. So technical trading, we kind of saw that in the last segment, that you can look for support and resistance levels and try to find a good way, since fundamentals or fundamentals have been dead for seemingly 2 decades. So you can't really look at a price to earnings ratio without joking or at least laughing at it. Tesla, for example, 1,300% at the high. And then you've got, I think someone mentioned GE in the last episode, trading at a PE multiple of 11 or 13. Intel is down there too. So Amazon's at 90 something. Where's the value at? Really, that's why we rebalance every single day, and we're really not holding anything. But I will tell you, Javi, that I like Hexo. I like the automation.
Come on! That's what I'm talking about.
I like the automation aspect of Hexo, to be honest with you. I am not a fan of Tilray. I'm not a fan of some other companies that write off $1 billion and $3 billion, being Aurora and Canopy. It's not a good use of investor money. I think there's other opportunities out there. But once the U.S. federal government legalizes, then that $6 a gram that Canada is holding on to, that you guys love so much, they're going to have to compete against $1.50, $1.30 in the U.S. And how are they going to do that? Write off more money. So you're not going to find me buying and holding up in Canada, because I think that's going to fall out pretty soon.
You just made me so happy, Josh. I have been not pushing, but I'm like, where's the love for Hexo? Where's the love, y'all?
No. Well, they're not part of that whole press release. You don't see them going out and making these deals with all stock offerings, right? So, I mean, they're worth something, but press releases and letters of intent and all stock deals aren't really generating the revenue And we saw that from Canopy. They were a perfect example of all of those excessive deals. And I know, Javi, you mentioned Curaleaf, I think, and they've had $800-900 million deals. That's cash rich. That's a result of too much money in the system and not, in my opinion, not doing enough due diligence to bring that valuation back down to reality.
Do you mean Curaleaf's or the acquisition targets valuation?
Acquisition targets. Thank you.
Interesting.
Yeah,
that's interesting. So, from Crypto Morning Show,
are we back to that time where companies were overpaying for acquisitions? We're just talking about Canopy, the same thing, right? For
it's a big deal.
Say 18 months, we saw much more diligent M&A, much more conservative M&A. This year, we are back to seeing large numbers. Sometimes, as you say, all these valuations. What's going on? Why are we back to this matrix of exuberance that already took its toll on cannabis the first time around?
It's not popular to say, but I think NFTs are a result of too much money in the system. And when you guys, your intro, you're talking about this huge merger, when in reality, I'm hearing Time Warner buying AOL. That's what's going through my head is in 10 years, what's that going to be worth? Or are you going to spin that off and it's going to be worth nothing? So yes, Supreme is awesome. Yes, there's great things going on in Canada, but what happens when the whole world opens up? What kind of intellectual property, what kind of value do you have now that's going to be realistic? How are you going to pivot to be relevant when the global economy opens up and cannabis is a true commodity? What do you have at that point? And I think what you have is a write-off in the form of AOL and Time Warner.
Interesting. Hey, so from Kyle McNamara in the chat, what's your thoughts on retail? Planet 13, High Tide, some of those types of plays.
I think you're looking at commercial real estate being acquired. I like IIPR from a trading standpoint. That's the play I would make on a trade. And I would trade that all day long. I think IIPR provides an immense amount of value because
hard assets. There's always that to fall back on. You know,
True.
As you say, when the hype is gone behind us, at least there's a hard asset.
It's a true real estate investment trust, right? So they have collateral that they can give, and they're working on a good amount of deals for property, plant, and equipment on a sale leaseback options. So somebody like Medman is an absolute dumpster fire. I would avoid that at all costs. I wouldn't trade that with your money. But I think that when you look at other MSOs and opportunities out there, there's a chance to play off of this emerging market. You know, when you're looking at these new onboarding states that are rolling out, you can make a ton of money. But I don't think long-term it's a great investment because I think you're buying commercial real estate at the highest time in history. And we're already seeing collateralized back mortgage securities, CDL, CMOs, and everything else reverting back to the lender. So you're having Goldman Sachs and Chase and all these other prime brokers having to take back malls. And they're not in the business of being landlords, but that's what they're having to do. And I think that's stage one, step one for a massive amount of creditor collapse. So I think there's going to be consolidation, capitulation. There's going to be debt repayments, bankruptcies where it's legal. I just think that there's too much speculation, including commercial real estate.
Oh, Josh, you can come back anytime, man. This is great. So IIPR, you mentioned them. I want your opinion on where you think debt is going, though, in this industry. Because, you know, other debt collectors, debt providers, I should say, debt collectors down the road, other, you know, debt providers, you know, when they start getting in this industry, you know, are those debt providers in the industry right now with where the percentage is? I mean, where do they go? Like, they lose a big chunk of their return, right?
I do, but I also think there's opportunities because with the West Coast, you're seeing a lot of distressed assets. And so when you have the opportunity as an investor to either go in and speculate on what you think New York might do and pay a premium to get into that market, or look at Oregon and get in there at 30 cents on the dollar. Now you have to peddle $40 ounces in a market like that, but there's your options. So, you know, you can get a vertically integrated opportunity for less than 150,000 in the Northwest versus one retail outlet in Phoenix, Arizona for 20 million. where is the best use of your money? Where are you going to go? Are you going to go for, you know, the new marketplace, or are you going to go for discounts? And I think debt has an opportunity for a massive collection on the West Coast to then leverage those assets to maybe expand to the East Coast or Europe or Latin America. I don't think enough companies are in Puerto Rico, for example. I think Puerto Rico offers one of the best opportunities out there for especially CBD companies who can cross the border right now. Puerto Rico being a U.S. territory, it doesn't have federal taxes. So
who's the one? Pineapple? PNPL? I think they're getting to Puerto Rico, probably among several others.
Not enough, though. Not enough companies. I think if you're in California and you look at the advantages of doing business in Puerto Rico, there's no reason why you should be in California, because the margins you're going to save by moving to Puerto Rico would put the rest of your competition in California out of business eventually.
You were talking about distressed assets, right? And I know that, for instance, Entourage Effect recently launched like a $200 million fund to invest in distressed assets. Do you see this as an opportunity, like for retail investors? Is there any way a retail investor or an institutional investor can capitalize on this trend we're seeing, right?
You know, there are some opportunities from Vice ETFs. There's IIPR that we mentioned. So there's ways of getting into those opportunities. But I think ultimately what it's going to take is for SIN stocks to become a common household name. We haven't talked about SIN stocks as a way to, as a defense mechanism for the eventuality that this longest bull market in history ends. Right. So when this bull market ends, what is going to be left? How are you going to defend your profits? And I think that's where those SIN stock opportunities lie. So there are opportunities. You know, I think Constellation Brands is an interesting play because they're both on the alcohol and the cannabis side. And so if you want to take advantage of both of those, you can. But again, the amount of exuberance that's in the market has to all come down. We're borrowing more leverage right now in the form of margin than ever in history. So once that gets depleted out of the system, that's when the opportunities really arise, is to kind of get the noise out of the way and provide for an opportunity for the price appreciation to really occur in SIN stocks. There's several actual studies about that where there's an artificial depressed price for cannabis as your fund families. There's portfolio managers and the like who have SIN clauses, so they can't actually invest in cannabis stocks because it's their investment abilities. So that's artificially suppressing the demand. So that in itself is an opportunity. So you're only getting about 5% annually for investing in these SIN stocks over like a 43-year period, according to UBS and some other reports that have been out. But essentially from 1965 to 2006, you'd have 3.5% increase in SIN stocks than the average market. That's your opportunity. Looking at it now, while we have all-time highs, or in crypto and these other things, but margin calls are going to happen, and then all of a sudden, everything looks like it has value. You're going to have to figure out what part of the SIN stocks are it. Is it going to be cultivation? Is it going to be retail? Is it going to be vertically integration opportunities?
I'm curious. You say SIN stocks. How big is it for an operator to now have a 20% or however much percentage investment via a tobacco company, one of the top 5, like a BTI or somebody of that nature? I mean, do you put a lot of value into that?
I think for distribution is huge. You're seeing a lot of athletes get into CBD and THC, celebrity cannabis, but it doesn't really result in the bottom line sales, right? So I think what we've learned from alcohol and tobacco is that distribution channels are more important than anything. So there are a lot of companies that have developed and set themselves up to be buyout targets for big pharma, big tobacco, big alcohol. And some have worked and some haven't. But what it all boils down to is that distribution channel to be able to get your product in front of enough consumers. And you can have all the money in the world, but if that distribution partner won't work with you, you're not going to really be able to make a lot of sales. So there are opportunities. I think, when you look at like a Constellation brand spending $4.5 billion or something up in Canada for beverages, kind of still waiting for that segment to happen, but that's the opportunity. With the pandemic, we saw a huge influx into edibles. People stopped using tinctures and topicals and went more towards edibles during stay at home. But now, if with 36% of the U.S. being on board with recreation alone, maybe beverages will be a thing. Like, we don't even have infused coffee in the Northwest, which should be a sin in and of itself. So once we can cross state lines, that becomes a lot more affordable. You have a lot more SKUs, a lot more competition, and a lot more consolidation. I would say Oklahoma is going to be feeling the heat with 7,500 licenses that can't be supported no matter where you're at. Oregon already led that with 3,500, and you figure really quick that it's not supported. So again, opportunities to pick those distressed assets up, opportunities now to kind of get in with a correction. Since January, stocks have corrected, I think, 60% on average. Huge retracement just in the last 45 days.
I'd like to, or Javi, go ahead. Then I want to get
just a comment here, but like I find it very interesting that you mentioned distribution, and because I was thinking about that just yesterday, how alcohol companies were impacted by the pandemic, right? And it was made so evident that even though consumption, average, for average consumption for people grew, many of these companies were suffering because their main, again, distribution channel or the most profitable ones are bars, right? And events and stadiums, right? And it's all, in the end, it ends up being about distribution, how many channels, how many outlets you have, right? You cannot just depend on developing a brand and hoping people will go to the market or a dispensary in, whatever the case is, and pick up that specific brand, right? In the end, the winner is the one who's at most bars and cafes and restaurants, right? It's a lot of people are not drinking Pepsi because they love it, but because it's in that restaurant, or vice versa, right? I don't know, just.
Yeah, and exclusivity too, right? So you might have a store in Las Vegas and it's only at Planet 13 and you can't find that brand anywhere else. So there are opportunities, there are plays, just like anywhere else to try and get in. But at the same time, I think it's kind of interesting because with the partnerships you would have with those distributors, they're going to have kind of a Kaizen philosophy, the Japanese philosophy of constant improvement for the better. So they're not going to just look at how to get your product from point A to point B. They're going to figure out how to reduce your shrinkage or your waste here in beverages, right? So that's kind of the other thing too with the advantages or opportunities that come with sin stocks. You're going to have a higher return because there's more profitability and maybe less waste, because it's harder to get investment. We haven't obviously seen that in the Canadian space because they've been writing off billions of dollars. But I think if you look at the US space, that still kind of holds true. You can't go out and just go and get another friends and family round. You're seeing a lot less waste and at the same time, a lot less scaling and expansion. So when banking and lending and investment do kind of pile in and you start seeing stupid money and stupid valuations coming in, that's when a lot of that expansion will come out. Beyond just distribution, you're going to have a lot more of that exclusivity and traditional retailer where price and convenience is what it's all about. That's for everything that humans buy. That's the psyche, the psychological behaviors, price and convenience. It's no different.
So kind of changing course here a little bit. I want to touch on something you said earlier regarding crypto. I know this is not necessarily what you meant, but when I first got into this industry, I wasn't really allowed to touch crypto and cannabis in the same context. I talked to a lot of cannabis people and they didn't really want to be associated with crypto. They thought they were already under the microscope enough. So it seems maybe sentiments are changing around crypto? Do you think that it starts to be a decent player within cannabis? It seems these two might be somewhat of a match.
I do. I think there's a lot of opportunities, interesting opportunities, combining the two. I'll start maybe with the complicated example, and then maybe we can narrow it down. But a tribal tokenized asset, for example. So let's use IIPR's idea with leverage, and if you went to some tribes and you said let's do an initial coin offering, an ICO, utilizing a joint rolling machine as collateral, and then we bring in investors, we sell investors on royalties per unit rolled. So you've got this cigar, this blunt rolling machine, and it's rolling, and then you can pay dividends just like an NFT can offer that same blockchain based digital ownership rights. So everything is automated, but it's complicated. So I think crypto and cannabis will come together. I think instead of filing an IPO or a reverse takeover, an RTO, you'll have strategic partnership opportunities like a tribal tokenized asset where groups come together utilizing property, plant, and equipment, and trying to draw interest from the peer-to-peer networks that we've been seeing for the last 15 years. So all of that technology, I think, is going to really bring in some investment from retail investors. Mm-hmm. Even more so, we've seen institutional investors bring in millions and billions of dollars. Yeah. When the insurance company put in a few billion, that's when I knew that crypto was here to stay, and that just happened recently. Not Washington Mutual. Anyways, there's an insurance company, and that was it. So now we're seeing Tesla taking in Dogecoin and crypto. You're going to start seeing other retail outlets when it's federally legal in the cannabis space. Retail will take crypto. I definitely think it's here to stay, but it's two reasons for that. One is that the returns are there. So is cryptocurrency a security at that point if you're buying for the simple purpose of having it appreciate, or is it a currency, right? So when Ripple got sued for being a security, it could be that road where it becomes a stock, or it could go the other road where it becomes a currency, and then the feds just say, no, you can't compete against the US dollar. In either road, when it becomes regulated, I think there's a massive opportunity for people to use cannabis and crypto to kind of help expand, or even just accounting, simple accounting, that people need help. I think they're still using shoe boxes.
Awesome. Josh, this has been an awesome interview, man. We're going to get you back soon. Yeah, really appreciate you being here. Where can they find you? Do you have a website, any type of email if you want people to reach out to you with any questions?
Any type of email.
Where can they find you?
Josh at C3, not 80.
Josh at c3fund.com. That's a C and then THREE and then fund, FUND.com, c3fund.com.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for being here, man. Much appreciated. We'll have you back soon. Be well.
Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
You too. All right. That was cool. What's wrong with shoeboxes? All right, Webcoin. We're not going to diss you too much, man. I'm not going to lie. I may have a shoebox in here somewhere.
Talking about cannabis and NFTs, there's a story I forgot. I did the story for Forbes yesterday.
Are you about to tell us the story you forgot?
Yeah, no, I forgot to share this story, and then you brought something up, and I remembered. I did the story on Forbes about Merida Capital again, and Califari launching a series of cannabis NFTs. They're collectible cards with different strains, and they seek to give the people who buy them a sense of ownership, whatever that means.
Well, I mean, if you all want to talk about NFTs, go listen to Gary V. Gary Vaynerchuk was on our stream yesterday. Incredible interview by Mitch Hotch and Chris Kachi. Did I say those last names correctly? You can't smoke an NFT. We're here to talk about things you can smoke, Javi. Enough of this nonsense. Why don't you introduce our next guest?
There's a guy there's a company called Peaks, and a couple of weeks ago they also launched an NFT, and it's a bag of cannabis. You can buy it anywhere in the world. It's not real cannabis, but if you buy it and you're in California or Oregon, you can get the actual cannabis as well.
There you go, Sir Nerdy. You can buy it in Oregon. Interesting. All right. So, Avi, who do we got next, man? I'm excited.
Ooh, we have another awesome investor. Her name is Catherine Dockery. She's a founder and I believe general partner at Advice Ventures. Another super interesting fund. Mark Andreessen is involved. Bradley Tusk is involved. I think Catherine can tell us a lot more about it now.
Now. You might be muted there, Catherine.
Wait. Can you hear us? No, you're muted. There you go. Nope.
Hey!
There's the charm.
The venture capitalist and technology gets me every time.
This is why you chose the space where you can smoke things.
Oh, always, obviously. But I would say, just for your introduction, that I am the founder and I'm also the GP. So that was correct.
Well, welcome. Tell us more about you. Come on, there's got to be more to Vice Ventures than that.
There is so much to Vice Ventures. I mean, I could talk for 45 minutes straight. So you should tell me what you want to hear.
I mean, we could go with the basics, right? What do you do, right? I remember reporting again in Forbes when you launched. It was a $25 million fund. Honestly, it caught my eye because of Tusk and Andreessen. I don't know how you pronounce that. Andreessen. But tell us a little bit about it. How it came to be and how it has evolved since. What you're looking at, right? And why is cannabis part of your Vice's universe?
Yeah, of course. So I guess I'll start with a quick introduction of how we came to be. I managed a portfolio of private investments for our founder, followed him to Walmart after the Bonobos acquisition, basically realized in the first month that Walmart is incredibly mission driven for sure. But somebody who grew up in New York City, Bentonville, Arkansas trips weren't really cutting it for me. So I started interviewing. I had a ton of funds. A lot of them asked me to pitch a company. So I pitched this canned wine that I personally invested in a few years ago. Their last round was actually led by Founders Fund. So it ended up being great. But anyways, when I was interviewing, a lot of these fund managers were like, Catherine, we love the brand. Like, the founder's awesome. Like, distribution's going to be there. But unfortunately, we can't invest out of the fund because we have this vice clause. And I was like, what is a vice clause? Like, my dad was a bartender, and he working as a bartender is the reason why I was able to grow up, right, and go to college and do all these things. So to me, like, I kind of took it personally when they were like, you can't make a business out of alcohol. It's a vice. It's a vice. And I just did some research about what a vice clause was. And it turned out that it's a lot of pensions and university money and endowments and all that. They just don't want their money going towards cleaner nicotine or anything cannabis related or alcohol, right? So to me, hearing all that feedback when I was interviewing, I just realized that everybody does the same thing, right? Everybody's a generalist, or they do all stages, or they just do Series A, but they're still a generalist. And to me, it's like, you can't be a generalist if you ignore this entire category, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't want to join a team that I didn't believe in the thesis of. So I just started my own firm.
I love that. And just to touch on the chat, Gary V, he literally said, invest in what you believe in yesterday. And it sounds like you took that to heart, even not putting that to us or the chat. I'm just saying, like, you have done that and you've made a successful career out of that. So that's really cool. So New York, though, I mean, should we hop right into the obvious sentiment around those two words right now?
I don't even know how to explain in words how proud I am of the state, right? Like, for so many reasons, but also I believe that we have the most progressive laws around cannabis. And I am a firm believer that legalization will reverse mass incarceration. And I think New York did that in an exceptional way. And I think kind of the legalizing in New York, I think it'll continue west, right? Like, make this whole new idea of a manifest destiny. So I'm very, very excited. I'm not excited. I'm ecstatic about New York cannabis legalization.
I love that.
of home cultivation for the investment case for New York, right? Because, up to very recently, New York was the, paradigm, almost like the example of what not to do, right? Like, hey, how are you banning home growing, right? And overnight, they're like, oh, now you're the example of what to do, right? But how does this affect companies? We do know certain companies have lobbied, let's say, against home growing, right? How does that affect the investment case, if at all, right?
So I would deviate a little bit, just make a quick comment. And I would say that growing up in New York City, always thought New York was the most cutting edge and the whole country should follow New York. So the fact that you said that is super eye-opening for me and realizing that I have a huge bias. But moving on, in terms of home growing, I think if I remember correctly, I know that as of March 31st, obviously recreational cannabis was legal and you can smoke cannabis anywhere you can smoke cigarettes. But in terms of home growing, I know the law basically said years later you can start doing that. And I think I'm super curious about that just because I know a few people who actually do grow their own cannabis. And it's funny because it's more of a hobby, right? Like, I don't know if you know anybody who's grown cannabis and you've smoked it, but it's usually super harsh, filled with seeds, not something that I think I would want to put in my lungs. But I mean, it is a hobby, right? I'm not going to knock a hobby. So
yeah. Speaking, just since we're on the subject of New York, thinking about I would say the biggest critique I've seen around the bill has been the tax. I guess a pretty high tax structure around it.
Why that is, though?
I was just about to say, as a resident New Yorker, I have lived in New York for 7 years. I'm going back later this year, so I'm thrilled with where that tax money's going. So you as a resident New Yorker versus an investor in companies, how do you feel about it?
So I've always had the thesis basically that if my taxes go towards educating society and making the society better, I'm totally fine to pay them. Honestly, I really am. I would love to live in a country where everybody is educated and moving forward and we're building, right? We continue building. So for me as a taxpayer, understanding that 40% of our taxes are going to communities that were most negatively affected by war on drugs, that excites me. I have no problem paying those taxes. Right? Because they're going to educate, they're going to invest in public education and drug prevention, everything that you would want a society to be better, that's where those tax dollars are going. So I'm very, very excited about the tax bill. I don't think I've ever said out loud that I'm excited to pay more taxes, but I do think it will help society for sure. So I'm very down for it.
I like taxes. It's a very unpopular opinion, but I enjoy paying taxes. We have I love Plato, right? And there's this theory, right, that if you enjoy the benefits of the state, and by that I don't only mean when you receive money directly from the state, but policing and roads and schools, right? You're obliged to abide by its rules as well, right? And one of those is paying back.
Well, keeping it specific to cannabis here, Javi. I think there are benefits to this high tax structure of New York, and I don't think it's going to be a deterrent for either consumers or institutions. It sounds like you agree, Catherine. So I'd like to shift focus a little bit to the national and the federal scene. Give us. I think I'm most interested in understanding your thoughts about the next wave of entrepreneurs in this space, and where they're going to come from, what parts of cannabis we should be paying attention to, whether it's regions, whether it's ancillary, whether it's software, whether it's growers. Just if that gives you anything, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Happy to share thoughts. So first off, as a company, as Vice Ventures, we focus on brands specifically. Just because that's our strong suit, right? So some of our portfolio is Parade or Recess or Lucy, and those are all strong brands that are performing really well. So we feel that's our sweet spot. So in New York cannabis, I'll talk about that and then I'll talk about legalization nationally. In New York, I have a thesis that brands are built here, right? So you think of Glacier, you think of Way, you think Bonobos, Great, Allbirds. I can go on for 10 more minutes about this, right? And you think why that is versus LA, right? Or Chicago or anywhere else. And as a New Yorker, you're walking everywhere, right? So you're walking on 2nd Avenue and you see a bodega and there's a recess like poster right in the window. And then you walk one more block and then there's scaffolding and it's like, buy away luggage, right? So like as an investor, I'm incredibly excited about the brands that will come out of New York City cannabis in general. But then switching to, I guess, national legalization, I think it'll be a very interesting journey. I don't think it'll be as straightforward as some of the other states that have legalized. One thing I can say, though, very confidently, is that cannabis legalization is popular on both sides of the party or both sides of the aisle.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's pretty obvious reasons why, right? Like you can't say that you don't want cannabis because your kids don't want to smoke it when you have people who have locked up in prison for carrying like 1/8 of weed on them, right? Like that is one of the most selfish statements I think you could ever possibly make, especially because if you're trying to shed your kid from cannabis consumption, do you do the same thing for like cigarettes, like secondhand smoke? Like, do you have your kids close their eyes when you pour a glass of wine? Like, so yeah. So for me, I think that'll be a huge obstacle, just because a lot of people are very short-sighted and scared of this concept of drugs, despite the fact that there's absolutely no research that you use one drug one time and you're addicted for life, despite a lot of that propaganda going around. So anyway, so I think there's obviously big support going on as of the other day when our data science looked at it. Around a little over 68% of Americans want legalization. And if you look at that trend, it only is going up, right? For like a lot of reasons. So I think like the more popular it is, you can't, like if the America wants it, it would look really bad for a politician to not sign it into law, right? Like,
so is this where I go cough South Dakota's governor cough? Is this where we put that statement in? That's really interesting. And I think, you know, just to kind of echo your sentiment there, you know, the brands are going to come from the population centers like in New York, like in LA, like in Chicago. And I mean, do you think the Curaleafs, the Columbia Cares, the GTIs, are they the ones that start that in New York? Or are you excited for maybe the new wave?
I'm excited for everything that'll come our way. Right? Like I'm excited to meet Columbia Care, right? Like if they're medical right now in New York, they're going to be recreational too, right? In the next 2 years, New Yorkers will be able to walk into a dispensary, right? So I think it's going to be a lot of parties that kind of get this done. And if Columbia Care is the one that's going to carry Vice Ventures brands, then let's fucking go Columbia Care, right? Like, so I mean, I support everybody in the business, even companies that pitch us and we pass. It's so important to nurture this category because it's been so ignored. So even if we don't invest, for example, like we helped somebody fill their entire round within 3 weeks, and we didn't even invest. Like we just didn't. So we really, really believe in kind of forming this community of founders who can work together, even if they're a little bit competitive, right? Because the space is so small.
Yeah. And you're talking about, you know, cannabis legalization being popular across party lines. And yesterday we heard news about billionaire Charles Koch and Walden Angelos launching this, a project, I think it's called the Cannabis Freedom Alliance. Even though it's not about investing, right? It really doesn't matter. What do you make of this, right? When you say, you know, this traverses party lines, and we're seeing someone pretty right-wing, conservative kind of person, right? And it's even if it's not Koch directly, his affiliates. Does it say something for you? Does this?
So one thing I've been told, actually by my attorney, who I love, Luke Bagley, if he's listening, he basically told me, he was like, look, like if you sell money, you could do whatever you want, right? People want to make money inherently, like most of America, like most people, right? So if you're really conservative and you see the money that's coming in from cannabis for these states, it would be completely irresponsible not to pass it, right? Like even if you don't care about social justice, like your state's still gonna make a shit ton of money. Like, I mean, it's so confusing to me why people would not be on board of this, right? Like there's aspects about it that would appeal to every single politician if they did their homework. So it's kind of hard for me. It's hard for me to listen to like a lot of uneducated or like uninformed opinions about this from politicians, just because it's so important for the country right now, especially after all the money we've lost during COVID. So it's really hard for me to understand why people wouldn't want this.
Are you running for office? Because I think that will vote for you. I think you're making some fans. I'm just saying.
Not running for office right now. Yeah, no, I mean, I've been so trained by one of my favorite people in the world, one of my investors who's been a phenomenal mentor for me, and he's so smart politically, Bradley Tusk. So I feel like I've learned a lot about politics and how to think about it properly and how to understand how bills pass by working with him and kind of looking up to him, to be honest with you. So I do have strong political opinion, but will I run for office? I have a fund to run and money to make. So
touche. I love that. Let's wrap up on your thoughts on the vaping community. I understand that you have, I would say, some assets or some portfolio brands there. So, I mean, I'd love your thoughts on vaping's here to stay, right? I mean, they've been through hell, excuse me, but they've been
Yes or no? Wait, I didn't understand. Vaping is here, but did you say? And she's like, that was like
I
a
have
weird.
a strong opinion about this again. I mean, I can give you another
please.
hot take
I mean,
here.
listen, give it to me. Tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong.
Okay. So every time I saw a headline that was like vitamin E acetate or vapes are killing people, I'm like, this is the government's fault. If there was regulation about what went into a vaporizer, there would have been no vitamin acetate killing Americans, right? Like, the government needs to regulate this, and that is another argument why federal legalization needs to happen, because it will actually save lives, in my opinion.
Amen.
I want to know before we let you go, like, can you tell us a little bit about what you're investing in, and maybe some, I don't know if you can, but maybe some public companies that you're looking at or you like, even though like not from Vice Ventures, just you, Catherine.
It's very difficult for me to answer that because my husband's a public equities trader. So I try not to get involved in public equities for compliance reasons. But what I can say is that I am bullish on Canopy because I think the management team is really great. I think a lot of these other Canadian companies have had big flops. I'm not going to name names here, but I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. So like besides that, I think they're important to the ecosystem because I think they'll provide a lot of the exits in the US, right? For like really strong brands are doing really well. They're in multiple states. I think those will be the exits kind of that we see in the portfolio, hopefully. But what's also interesting, like getting off this like public cannabis Canada situation, is that I think as we see regulation changing and attitudes changing and stigmas changing, I think that we'll see even like a constellation, right? Buy a CBD beverage, or I don't know, like even like Diageo coming up, like buying like some random ass thing that's not even a beverage, right? Like I just think like a lot of these bigger like vice houses, which I'm trying to coin, so you guys should use going forward.
Aaron, put it up there. Aaron, put it up there. Vice houses.
Anyway,
it sounds a little bit like a German word as well, like Weishauser.
Vice houses. I don't know why. Also, okay, moving on, staying focused. So I think that we'll see a lot of exits that will surprise us. Like I see Pepsi getting involved, right? Like they launched a CBD business or a CBD drink that I don't know if you've noticed, but it looks very similar to Recess. But so I don't know. I'm excited about the future of cannabis. I'm excited to see all these changes in attitudes, right? Right now, I have my 87-year-old uncle being like, "You're selling heroin," and for anyone listening, I do not sell heroin. I do not use heroin. But he's just like, he doesn't get it. He's just like, "It's terrible, it's terrible." I'm like, wow, I guess Vice Ventures really is a generational thing.
The conditioning has worked on our elderlies, mine as well. Catherine, unfortunately, we are fully out of time, but man, what a pleasure it's been to have you. We will have you back soon. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, guys. I had a blast.
Viceventures.com?
Yes, but if you want to just info@viceventures.com is where you're going to get some action. So,
info@viceventures.com, right?
info@viceventures.com. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And really quickly before I hang up, if I can do one plug quickly.
Do it.
Vice Ventures is hosting a 420 smoke session where we're talking about the regulations where we are now, and we're talking about the laws, obstacles, social justice, and we'll also have people pitching, a few cannabis companies pitching, but they have to use their cannabis product while they're pitching us, and the whole team will be smoking. So it should be pretty fun. And if you want to go to that, info@viceventures.
Wow.
You'll be
You're
receiving an email
actual-
from me shortly.
where you're smoking reefer. That's
Yeah.
That calls it reefer. That's hilarious. Okay, we
Javi
gotta
and
go.
I will both have emails to you very soon. Thank you so
Great.
much, Catherine. Much appreciate you
Thanks,
being here.
guys.
Awesome. Oh, Javi, what a great hour of cannabis discussions, man.
smoking reefer.
I think two of the more enjoyable like conversations I can remember, just because of their vast knowledge on the space. And I think the chat agrees. You guys are going crazy over Catherine. So thank you all for tuning in. And I just want to point out, she agrees with my assessment on canopy management. And that's all I'm going to say. Everything she said about Canadian companies, we seem to have parallel thoughts on. I mean, that's more of like, I'm bullish. I'm bullish on what we talked about earlier with CGC. Anyways, y'all, that's not to say that's what she said. Anyway, Catherine is awesome. Josh is awesome. Javi, you're pretty cool too. This has been fun. Y'all, we'll see you tomorrow at 4:30. Javier, thanks as always, my friend.
See you, Elliot.
All right,
Aaron, thanks, man.
Thanks a lot, guys. That was a ton of fun. That was a lot of fun. So thanks to Elliot and Javier and our producer Aaron. And that was a fun interview. So all right, that being said, the show must go on, the stream must go on. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Technically Options with Brad Weber. What up, sir? How we doing?
What is going on, my friend? How are you?
Good. We got our mic fixed. We're looking good. We're sounding good. We're feeling good.
You think we're good? I'm very happy to hear that. I've spent like a week working on it, and it turned out it was actually like a really simple fix. So
it always is.
Yeah, it is. How are you doing? How's your day going?
Day's going good. Week's going good. I gotta say, I'm a little perturbed because the market is boring me at the moment. I mean, we're all making money because we're all going up, but I'm bored.
It's a very different March, or April, May. Like I feel like this. Obviously, it's not May yet, but I feel like this 3 months is going to be so entirely different than the last year's 3-month run. You're right. It's a little bit boring. That's a good way to describe it.
Don't make me go back to that. I was having so much fun the last year plus. That being said, I want to open the floor up to you. Let you do your thing. Tell us about your trades, what you've been doing, what you have not been doing, and setups for the next few days. I will give you the floor, sir.
Appreciate that. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brad, and I am the host of Technically Options. Thank you to Spencer and the rest of the team at Benzinga again for allowing me to talk about options trading, specifically options trading with technical analysis. And you might say, well, what's the big deal about that? Why does that matter? A lot of times with options trading, technical analysis is not really one of the things that is used. And if you're not familiar with options trading relies heavily on the Greeks, price action, and movement of the underlying stock. However, I am of the perspective that you can use technical analysis to increase your options trading profits and to be successful from any position that you trade options from. So that's what we try to do on this show. This is our 3rd episode. The first 2 episodes, we kind of got a little bit of our footing, and I had to work out some audio and video issues because there's always something going on with technical stuff. But I think moving forward, my goal, just to kind of give you an overview, is to have specific topics that I'll work through every episode, kind of have a reason for, watching all of the episodes, to kind of start with this topic and then work our way through a couple of different things. I've got a backlog of all kinds of stuff that people have messaged me about, asking if we could talk about this or if you could talk about that. And so what we're going to do tonight is I'm going to explain, we're going to focus on 2 main things. And if you have any questions in the meantime in the chat, I'll try to get to them as I'm working through. Normally what we'll do is if we have a couple of minutes at the end, if you have a question and you asked it and I didn't get a chance to answer it, just go ahead and throw that in the chat at the end. And we'll try to circle back around to that. But there's 2 main things that I want to talk about tonight. Number 1, I want to talk about how do you find options to trade? How do you actually because it's a little bit different than just playing, whatever stock gapped up overnight or whatever stock is gapping down, depending on what perspective you like to play the options from. It's a little bit of a there's a little difference when it comes to options trading, that you want to make sure you're finding options that have a little bit of action. Okay. You don't want to just play the penny stock that has a very small amount of options, because one of the things that you'll notice real quickly is the options don't always move the way that you want them to move. Okay. So that's one of the things we're going to talk about, is how you find options to play. And then number two, one of the things that I'm trying to get us to learn a little bit more about is some of these more advanced strategies, as far as just not buying a call or buying a put. One of the things that I'd like us to talk about tonight is what's called a butterfly. A butterfly is a type of options trading strategy that allows you to be a little bit more neutral on a stock. So instead of trying to guess if the stock is going up or if the stock is going down, you could play what's called a butterfly spread, and it actually allows you to capitalize on a very small movement if you think that the stock is not really going up or if it's going down anytime soon. Why would you play a strategy like that? That's a great question. Thank you for asking. So for example, right now I have a let me actually show you what I have open right now. One of my positions right here, we are playing the weekly expiration of SPY for tomorrow. We are playing the 408, the 409, and the 410 call. Okay. Now, if you notice here on Tasty, this is what Tastyworks is, the platform that I use for options trading. I'm a big fan of them. If you are, I'm primarily an options trader. And so my focus is to find on what's going to give me the best setup for trading primarily options. And I think Tastyworks does that. Not sponsored by them. I'm just a fan of them. So you're looking at Tastyworks. That's what this platform is. And then for all my charting and all of my other things, I use TradingView. We'll flip over to there a little bit later. But for right now, I want to show you this setup here. This is called a long call butterfly. Now, a great thing about Tasty is if you are not familiar with the platform, they actually let you go in here and select the various strategies that you want to try. It helps when you're getting first started out, because as you can see, there's the Jade Lizard, there's the Iron Condor, there's the Strangles, there's Straddles, there's everything that you can do. And these names, I don't even know what a Jade Lizard is, to be honest, and I trade options full time. So a lot of these strategies are real confusing. So what it actually allows you to do is just, you can kind of click the drop down box and it'll automatically populate for you what that option is going to do. And so with this specific option, we are doing what's called a long call butterfly. Now, what is a long call butterfly? Again, a long call butterfly is typically when you are going to be neutral with a stock. Now, today is Thursday, which means tomorrow is Friday, and you are looking at SPY. If you are familiar with what SPY does on Fridays, typically, okay, now this is not always, anything I say is not, a guarantee. It can always change. Tomorrow it might run to $1 million. It might tank to zero. You never know with this market. But typically on Fridays, what we see with SPY and a lot of other stocks, if you're familiar, they tend to sell off, or they tend to get real cold, if you'll call it that, after lunchtime. If you're familiar with how the stocks move Monday through Thursday, typically at around 11:30, you start to see volume disappearing, and then it comes back a little bit slowly. And then once we ramp up into power hour at 3 o'clock, that's when we start to see a little bit more action. And then in the good old days of 2020, there actually used to be runners after hours, which is a lot of fun to play too. But, and of course, I'm joking, stocks, of course, move after hours. But the early part of last year, as we were just talking, the early part of last year, it seemed to be that there was stocks running like crazy all the time after hours. And I remember trading until, 7:30 every single night, just because there was so much action. And I remember getting up early in the morning to play the pre-market hours. And yet it seems like now we have more focused in on just very small windows of time. But basically what happens with this strategy is it allows you to capitalize on that Friday movement. You can play this strategy whenever you want to. It's not just for Fridays. I like this strategy for a Friday because SPY tends to hold to a real small range on a Friday. So with this strategy, with the butterfly, you are saying that SPY is going to stay within a very small range. Okay, that's the goal with this. You are buying to open the 408 call. You are buying to open the 410 call. And then you are selling to open of these 409 calls. So basically what that does is it allows you to have a real small, tight bracket of what you are going to look for with the stock. With options trading, a lot of times you could just basically buy and sell puts, buy and sell calls. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to guess the direction of what the stock is going to do. So if you're buying a call, you are thinking that SPY is going up. If you are buying a put, you are thinking that SPY is going to go down. Doesn't take long to look over these last couple of weeks to see that the market is doing a lot of different things day by day. We can have a market that is running like crazy on a Tuesday, and then overnight, all of a sudden, nothing happens and SPY gaps down 6 points. It's really tough if you are trying to just play calls and puts right out of it from a new type of options trader perspective. Because you basically are only profiting on if the stock does one or the other thing. Now, for example, with this strategy right here, okay, you are buying 2 calls. You are buying to open, which means you are saying that you want this contract, and you then have the right to, not the obligation to, you're not required to, you have the right to exercise this contract. Now, I'll say this every week because I know people ask this, and I just want people to understand what is what's my main strategy when it comes to trading options. I am typically trading options just to flip for premium. Okay. I am not trying to flip to exercise the contract. My interest in trading options is not to get the underlying stock shares. I just want to flip the contracts for premiums. That's what I'm doing. So when I play an option like this, for example, this is the 4-9. This is tomorrow's expiration. My goal is not to get these in the money so I can exercise them. My goal is to sell these at a higher premium or a lower premium, depending on which route you're going, than what I paid for. So like, for example, with this 408 call right here, it closed at a range of $1.53 to $1.58. I bought it for $1.20. So right now, going off the high, it's up for one contract. It's up $38. Okay. My goal then is to sell that back to acquire that $38. Now, it's obviously, depending on how many contracts you buy, will raise or lower your profit or loss, depending on which way the stock moves. However, your goal is to capture these little movements, okay? What I want us to understand really, and I know it takes a long time to sort of, what we need to do first is we need to understand that options are not scary. There are a lot of people that have this idea about options that you think, oh my gosh, I'm going to play an option once and my entire account is just going to disappear. I'm going to get called out and I'm going to have to buy $10,000 worth of stock, and I don't want the stock because I don't like the stock, and now I don't have any money to trade with. So what am I going to do? That's one of the things that we have to realize is we need to make sure we are identifying in advance our risk. Okay. Now I want to show you something down here on, actually, let me pull it up in here. I'll be able to tell you a little bit better. Let's do it this way. I'm going to show you what it looks like to play a long call butterfly. And then I'm going to give you the ranges and stuff like that so we can see what it looks like. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to flip over to Monday. We're going to do the 412 SPY contract. So what we will do is right now in my account, I have opened the 408, 409, and 410s. So I'm going to actually mimic those same exact, that same exact setup. So basically then what we're going to do is you can see right here that you are buying, selling, and buying. That's what this looks like right here. Long call butterfly, buy to open, sell to open, buy to open. That's important because what you want to do is when you are reversing, you do the opposite of that. So if you buy to open a stock or if you buy to open a contract, you are then selling to close in order to collect the profit. This is what you're looking at when it comes to the butterfly. Why, again, are we doing this movement? Because we think that SPY is going to trade in a very tight range between now and Monday. The expiration on this contract is Monday. Our goal is to stay. We don't think SPY is going to go way up. We also don't think it's going to go way down. This is what you're looking to do here. Let me flip over to a really cool feature with Tasty. They have what's called the curve. The curve allows you to really see where your profit and loss is coming from, okay? Now, down here on the bottom, this is what I want to focus on here real quick. So what you're doing here is you have a max profit of basically infinity, which is a way of saying that the stock does not have a, technically the stock does not have a ceiling. Okay. And you don't need to get into like, yeah, there is ways that a stock cannot go and stuff like that. Just technically speaking, okay, the stock does not have a ceiling. It could run to $1 million if it wanted to. So that's why when you see this, you see that there is this little infinity sign, meaning there is an unlimited amount of profit, but your max loss is identified. Your max loss is set up as $163. Now, where are we getting that number from? So again, what we're going to do is we're going to buy the 408 call. We're going to sell the 409 call, and then we're going to buy the 410 call. Okay. So what this is going to do is it's going to give you a debit of $1.63, which means it costs you $1.63, which is $163 in order to buy this setup right here. But what it's also going to give you is it's going to give you this really a small range of what you have to capitalize on. Again, your max loss on this setup right here for 3 options is $163 because it's costing you, let's go through this. The 408 call right now, if you were to buy, let's just pretend the market's open, okay? If you were to buy the 408 call right now, you have a bid of 210, and let's say you get filled at 210. You then are buying the 410, and you have a bid at $1.04. So let's say that you got filled at that. You are now spending what? $3.14 in order to buy those 2 contracts. However, you have this middle one right here. What is this one? We are selling to open. When you sell to open, the opposite happens. You are collecting you're collecting up front the premium. That's why if you are familiar with a lot of people that talk about they just sell premiums for a living, or if they just sell theta for a living, or any of those option terms, what that means is you are selling the premium and you are collecting that money up front. So instead of buying the contract and then your account being debited, you are selling the contract and you are receiving a premium. Does that make sense? If you have any questions about that, just leave it in the chat. We're just going to kind of work through this stuff here. I want to kind of identify the range of this specific strategy. But again, you are buying to open the 408, you are buying to open the 410, and you are selling to open the 409. This gives you an understanding of a very tight range. So what you want to look for on this is if the price of SPY is greater than 410.63. Okay. Now, why is it that price right there? My voice just cracked a little bit. I apologize for that. I'm still trying to grow up. Maybe one day. The max loss is if it's under 410.63, and your max loss then is the 163. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell everybody. I got my new shirt here just came in. I was messing around on Printful. We've been trying to get for our Discord. We've been trying to get shirts and stuff like that, and finding a good a good vendor to go with. And so I made this shirt, and I wish you could have seen the eye roll that my wife gave me when I put this shirt on. If you can't see it, it says unemployed options trader. Just a little fun way of describing what I do for a living. But what we're doing here is we're looking for SPY to be up over 410. You're also, if it's less than 410 though, this is where your max loss is coming into play. So you want, after all is said and done, you have to remember that your break-even price is going to be your premiums paid plus any broker fees that they charge for options trading. Depending on what your broker looks like, it's either a flat rate per contract, it's either a price to open, it's whatever your broker says that you have to add in as well. So don't forget about that. But our goal with this setup right now is we want this SPY contract setup. We want it to be over $410.63. That's what it comes down to after we add in our premiums, our contract fees and stuff like that. We want it to be over 410.63. So what happens when it's over 410.63? Now let's go over and we'll take a look at the curve. This is a great feature of what Tastyworks can do for you when it comes to options trading. Again, I'm not sponsored by Tasty. There's plenty of brokers out there that you can use. This is just personally for me over the years, what I have felt has been the clear winner of options trading. I think they are the best if you are primarily an options trader. Again, I don't chart through Tasty. I only use them for options trading. What you look and see here is as you are moving farther and farther down the price is where you can see how quickly you are increasing your profit. So ultimately, the goal is you want the stock to continue to go up. Now you have to remember it's a small window here. What you're looking at is it being it's Thursday at 5:21. Okay, so you have one full trading day tomorrow, and then Monday is your day of expiration. Now options expire at 4 p.m. on the date that it's listed. There's no pre-market trading on options. There's no after hours trading on options. It is simply just 9:30 to 4. So you are trying to capture basically 16 hours, 15 and a half hours of movement on SPY over the next 2 trading days. You have to really step back and think, okay, what has SPY done recently? What does SPY do typically on Fridays? What does it do on Mondays? And then factor in why you think it's best to go with this strategy of an options trade. So again, don't get too confused. Oh yeah, somebody said on the chat, thank you for saying that. You can after hours trade SPY options until 4:15. That is correct. SPY is the one that lets you trade until 4:15. So you do have a little bit extra of a window to trade those, but the option contracts expire at 4 p.m. at the closing bell. So when you are picking out your strategy, you want to use this butterfly strategy. If you are not really convinced one way or another that the stock is going up a lot or the stock is going down, you want to have a real small window of where you need to capitalize on. But you also want to protect if the stock happens to go down. Now, this is where we see right here, this is the other side of the stock. So let's say right now that you are sort of neutral on SPY. You recognize that on Fridays, SPY tends to just sort of stay in a little range and then maybe jump a little bit after 1 o'clock, but most of the time it's staying in a very small range. This is your bucket, if you want to call it. These are your barriers of where you're trying to get that stock to go into. Obviously, you want SPY to run. Okay, you want it to go up, but you also have to remember that there is the possibility that, I know it sounds crazy, there is the possibility that stocks might go down. With the stock going down, though, remember that your loss is already identified. What is your maximum loss on this setup? It's $163. If the contracts expire, if they expire before SPY gets to your target price, the maximum amount of money that you are losing is $163. If the price of SPY is less than $410.63. If it's more than that, that's when you are getting into this unlimited profit. Now, again, I know that's real easy to hear that and then think that, okay, I'm just going to play options because of that option. I hate to use that word twice, but basically a lot of times when people come to me and they say, well, I hear that options have an unlimited upside. And technically, yeah, that is true. They have an unlimited upside. You have the potential to make millions of dollars. However, you have to be a little bit more realistic, just like you would be if you're trading commons. You have to be realistic that the stock is actually going to have a ceiling. There is going to be a specific range in which that stock is going to trade, and it's not necessarily going to go up $1 million, especially in a day. That's another thing that comes into play with these option contracts. You have to look you have to look and see when the expiration is. You have to look and see what the premium cost is for the contract. You have to kind of see, you have to map out a little bit more what is going to happen with this underlying asset in order to either increase or decrease the chances of you having a profitable stock. This is a great way to take advantage of a stock that's not really moving a lot, and kind of with this market being a little bit it's tough to capture if you're swing trading. Man, my heart goes out to you. It's tough right now. The movements are so sporadic. The best thing I think to do is to day trade as much as you can. Again, if that's not your type of setup, if you don't want to do that, I'm not telling you that's the only way that you can make money right now. What I am saying though is it's best to capture on these small little movements. Okay. I think a lot of times what we can allow ourselves to do, me personally as an option trader, or if you are a commons only trader, you view it this way, I think it's real easy to think, well, this stock ran 110% the other day. Or better said, this stock ran 110% last year. Therefore, it's going to run 110% again. So I'm not going to take my 20 or 30% profit. My goal on SPY contracts is 10 to 30%. Now, again, I am playing multiple a day. I'm playing, I'm trading 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times a day. So I'm capturing small little movements. I'm also buying a lot of contracts. So a 5 to 15 cent movement for me is a pretty substantial win. Also, just the other thing is true too. A 5 to 15 cent drop is a pretty substantial loss. However, I'm real tight with my stop losses and things like that. And luckily, I have the fortunate job, if you want to call it that. I hate calling it a job because it makes it, jobs are, things that you don't like typically. But what I do to provide for my family, let's call it that, I can stare at the screens all day. And so I can capture these small little movements. So if you are not able to do that, if you are not able to watch all day long, that's okay. Don't think you have to stare at every tick. And I actually would encourage you not to do that. I like that I have the ability to do this all day long. However, when I'm behind all of my monitors, I've got all kinds of other stuff going on. So it's not like I've just got one chart up and I'm watching it tick by tick by tick all day long. That's not at all what I'm doing. I have the ability to monitor my positions all day long if I need to. But while I am behind the screens, as I call it, I am doing other things. I am involved with a group of guys in Discord, and we talk all day long. I have other things that I'm doing in order to prevent myself from watching tick by tick by tick, because that's another thing with options is you are going to see these movements and it's going to just all day long. Okay. Especially with something like SPY. You want to really see like how good of a trader you are. And you think in the back of your head, like, I can handle the movements, right? I can handle the ups and the downs. Go buy a Tesla call at 3:58 p.m. on a Wednesday, and then watch what happens the next morning when the market goes ding, 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 and watch what that contract does. And watch those little movements, okay? Because that's what is amplified with options. Options is going to bring out the best or the worst of the stock, depending on which way it's going to go. But we also need to remember, and that's why I was talking about this, not in depth, of course. I think every week I'm going to start talking about one additional strategy to kind of give us a little bit more in our toolbox. Is one new strategy that we can use in order to give us more of a success when it comes to options trading. So we're not just trying to predict the up or the down of the stock, because we're not going to be able to get it consistently. Okay. So here's one thing that I want to talk about. The way that we close these contracts, the way that we take profit. Okay. I am in the somebody said lost so much money playing open puts on Tesla back in May. You go down 60% in a couple of seconds. And that's like literally true. Like that's not an exaggeration. Like the movement 60 down, 60 up can happen in the blink of an eye. It's that quick. Now there's also the I don't know if you are that sense of movement and volatility and action, that's what I'm looking for. My goal is to make as, obviously our goal is to make as many profitable trades as we can. Somebody says, am I looking at the wrong option? I just wanted to see it on my own screen. And when I pull this one up, it says max profit would be $88. Are you doing the buy, sell, buy, Jake? Are you doing the setup that way? Or are you just, you've got to be doing, because on this setup, it should be, are you doing on the calls or the puts? Take a look at that. Because on this one, there should be an unlimited amount of profit. On a setup like this, there should be an unlimited amount. Let me also show you one more thing too. Let me make sure I've got everybody caught up here in the chat while I bring up one other trade to do. One of the best ways to, I'm doing Tasty on my phone too, so I can have a couple of different screens going on at once. Let's see here. Done. Okay. Oh yeah, I see what you're doing, Jake. That was my fault. I forgot to add in the I'm sorry, the second put. I'll come back around. I have another example that I want to show, but yeah, you had it set up correctly there. So buy, sell, buy. Okay. You got to make sure that you have 2 of the cells. That's where I forgot to add that one in. Let me click that one over. Actually, let's go back and I want to show you one other one. I want to show you what a monthly looks like. No, Jake, that was my bad. You're good. That was my fault. I'll circle back around to that, but yeah, that you had it correct. Let me show you what a monthly looks like. A monthly is going to give you a little bit more of an opportunity to not lose so much decay when you are trying to gauge these option ranges. Options trade 2 ways. There's weeklies and then there are monthlies. The monthly expiration is always the 3rd Friday of the month. And then a stock like SPY is going to have multiple weeklies. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, they are going to have. Not every stock has a weekly option, but every stock has monthly options. Now, I want you to see the difference in the premiums that we are looking at. This is April 16th. And let's say that we're wanting to go a little farther out with our understanding of what SPY is going to do. So let's say, for example, we think that we're going to have very small, choppy movements back and forth with SPY. We're going to see a real tight range. Let me, I think I have SPY pulled up in the background. Oh no, go Tesla. Let's look at this real quick and to give you a little bit of an idea of what we're looking at here. So basically, SPY has traded with this big candle here. There's typically ranges where you can see now there is a little bit of we're seeing a little bit more of an upside with SPY. However, you can kind of see that there's not a big range. It tends to stay in a very identifiable area of what it trades at. So that's another thing to keep in mind too, is like if you're looking at your option chain here and you're thinking, oh man, this 419 call down here is only 20 cents, $20. I could buy 10 of those. Okay. And you capitalize on a small movement. Now that of course is, a possibility. However, do you really think that SPY is going to go to 419 in the next week? I personally don't. I don't think it will be that high. The 16th is next Friday. So that's another thing that you have to monitor as well. Okay. So yeah, on this, let's do this one here. The 417, the max loss is $36. Absolutely. My voice just cracked again. The max loss is $36. And so that out of pocket is not really that bad. However, take a look at this. Look at how far you have to go in order to get into the profit. Okay, so right now SPY is at 409. Oh crap, I've got the other one still on there. Let me start over. Let me clear all my options out and we're good. Okay, let's go back to 416 and let's show you the 416 just because that works better. Go over to here. Oh, these are my current open positions. That's why. Sorry, there it is. Here is the call that you would be buying. You'd be buying the 416 on 416. Oh, look at that. I didn't realize I did that at first. You'd be buying the 416 for the 416 expiration. It's 49 cents. Okay. So in order for this contract to get into the money, that's what our goal is. You want to achieve maximum potential profit, and that's by getting the contract and the money. You have a very, very long way to go. Okay. Realistically speaking, do you think now that's what you need to do first when you are identifying the options that you want to play? Realistically, ask yourself, do you really think, remove your bias, okay? Remove that we like the stock. Remove all of those other things and ask yourself, because ultimately at the end of the day, what you are trying to do is you're trying to make sure that you are capitalizing on these movements. The goal is not to say, yeah, I told you. Yeah, I told you. I told you. That's not the goal. The goal is to make good trades. I've been wrong before on a stock, but I made the right trade according to my setup, my strategy, my indicators. That's more important. Like, I get it wrong all the time, but thankfully the system that I have in place helps me from getting it wrong all the time. Really ask yourself, do you think SPY is going to run that much over the next week? With all of the choppiness that we've seen over the last, let's just say weeks specifically, with all the choppiness, with all the up and down and stuff like that, all of these things that you see happening with the market, do you really think that we're going to see without any sort of, because you got to remember what's happening with a contract that you are playing is if you buy the contract and overnight into the morning and then at market open, the stock has moved not at all. Okay. It closes at 409. It opens the next day at 409. I'm talking about open 9:30 market open. The option lost money automatically. The option loses money. Okay. So when you are buying because you think the stock is going to go up, the stock really has to go up. Okay. The stock can't just move a penny and you're going to capitalize on that penny. What you are looking at here is you are looking for, you need to have, the stock needs to move, because what's happening is you have what's called theta. Theta is the way that the rate of how the option decays. Theta the heta, somebody said. That's a really good way of describing it. The option decays automatically overnight. Okay. The option will go down no matter what happens to the stock. I mean, if the stock goes down, it's obviously really going to go down. But if the stock does not go down at all, if the stock is just staying right at where you bought it, okay, if you bought the contract when SPY is at 409, and then the next day SPY is also at 409, the contract lost money. Now, okay, you've already, not only you've lost money, but you've lost another day in order to get that option to move forward for you to have a chance of profit. So now you're fighting against theta. Now you're fighting against a contract that you're losing. Now you're fighting against a stock that has no real movement. You are, somebody said, unless you want to own that stock long-term, you should never hold on to gains like that. Just roll them over, take it further out, write shorts with it. That's a great way of describing what options trading should be. Dylan says, is this Brad from In the Money Trading? Yes, Dylan, I am Brad from In the Money Trading. Just a real quick shout out to our Discord. We are a community of traders that we have about 400 and almost 500 people now. We've been trading together for 14 months. I think most of us have been. We are a free community. We don't charge for courses. We don't charge for subs. We don't do anything like that. Our goal is to bring in traders and teach them how to trade. That's our goal. If you are interested in checking that out at all, go to tradinggrounds.live. And then at the top of the page, you'll see all the links. Trading Grounds is what my trading platform, whatever you want to call it, trading teaching platform. It's tradinggrounds.live. You can click the link to go to our Discord channel. Dylan says Neil has lots of good things to say about you, so I'm a big fan. I appreciate that. It's Neil and I have, like, when you start working with somebody and you realize, like, right away that you are going to be like you're going to be a good team. And Neil was one of those guys that, like, it's difficult when you are trying to start on a new platform. And I'm still relatively new to Benzinga. I've only been doing this for a couple of months. I've had, I was on with Luke, and I was on during the lunchtime shows, and I've been on Neil's show a handful of times now, and I've done this for 3 weeks. But it's difficult when you first are just getting into a platform. And when Neil and I first started working together, I just knew right away. I just felt really comfortable with him. So I appreciate you saying that, Dylan. And yes, Cameron, our Discord is free. Everything that we do is free. All of my YouTube teaching is free. All of our anything that we do in the Discord, it's all free. We just want to help people learn how to trade. We're not like, gurus, if you want to call it that. We're not here to, like, promise you millions of dollars. We're not here to take pictures in front of Lambos. We're here to do what we're doing right now, is to answer questions and to teach a little bit about what it means to be a successful trader. So that's another thing that you have to remember when you are buying options, is that the theta is going to cause the option to go down. Okay, there's going to be an automatic decrease in the value of the stock if the stock is not moving, only moving a little bit, or if it's dropping. Okay, so your goal was to capture these small little waves that the options do. Okay, and it's 10 to 30% is what is happening with an options contract. That's my goal. Every day I'm looking for a 10 to 30% window. I'm looking to capitalize upon a 15 cent to 30 cent increase on these contracts. I am not waiting for a contract to go up 400, 600%. I am not Lee. The website name is Trading Grounds, TradingGrounds.live. tradinggrounds.live, and that is where you can access our Discord channel. You can access all of my charting that I do through TradingView. You can access our Facebook, Twitter, Instagram page. Everything is on there. Go ahead and drop that link down. If somebody from our somebody says no clickbaity thumbnails. Yeah, I don't do. I'm not. That's one of the things that I kind of strive to be is different. There's plenty of people on YouTube that are teaching about what it means to be like a stock millionaire, and you can trade for 10 minutes a day, and you can travel around the world and just play from your phone. And I'm not that guy. I'm not that type of a trader. I'm not that type of an educator when it comes to trading. My goal is to be realistic, that, hey, listen, you are going to get it wrong. And there's a lot of times you're going to get it really wrong. And I've gotten it wrong. And I did yesterday and today and tomorrow I probably will. But ultimately, our goal is to understand why we are entering trades, where you exit a trade, have a risk system defined, have a plan defined in advance when it comes to how to trade options. Okay. So again, that's where I want to stop with this specific topic of how to do long butterflies. Keep in mind, Miles, he says no Lambos. I don't do Lambos. I'm sorry. My wife and I were just talking about this the other day. It's funny that that is such a big market. And if you're not familiar with it, it's probably a good thing. But real quick, when I say that about like people with Lambos and stuff like that, is I know it sounds surprising, and I say that very sarcastically, but there are people on the internet that all they want to do is scam you out of your money. I know, right? And what they've done is they've taken these paper platforms and they have now basically created fake gains. And they have 20,000 followers on Instagram, and they're selling a course, and they're guaranteeing that you're going to make money. And you only have to pay the low price of $1,500 or $500 or whatever it is. And we call them furus. That's the tongue-in-cheek way of describing what happens a lot. So when I'm teaching, just to kind of give you an overview of what I am doing, I am here to educate. I don't do alerts. I don't send out like get in now. Like what we do is we're trying to teach you like, okay, support and resistance is here. Moving average is crossing over now. Stochastic is doing this. MACD just flipped. We're trying to get you to understand that, like, first off, you need to have a system as to how you are trading. Okay. The last thing you want to do is just blindly throw money at a stock that somebody tweets. The last thing that you want to do is to just enter a stock because somebody told you and not know already where your profit and where your loss is going to be. Options is no different. So another aspect of tonight, so we've got about 15 minutes left. Another aspect of what I want to do is I want to talk about how you create a options trading system. How do you look for those options that you can trade, and what does a tradable stock when it comes to option? What does that look like? Okay, so let me click back over here to, that was a lot of activity for today. Now, RIP Hertz. For some reason, Hertz is still on the high options volume on Tasty. I just, as of today, told them that again, and they know it. I don't know why it's on there, but does anybody remember when Hertz was a big thing? If you if you remember, drop HTZ in the chat if you remember Hertz. That was a lot of fun. That was great. That was crazy times thinking about all those stocks that were running all the time. Much different market. But what you're looking for is a list like this. You are looking for, this is on Tastyworks. They have a pre-populated preset of a watch list, and you are looking at high options volume. Okay. Now, obviously, with the stocks that you are going to see towards the top, you are going to see the big names, and that is important because that's where you want to focus your time, energy, resources, knowledge on. You want to be towards the blue chips. Okay. And I know that might be a little bit difficult to understand because especially if you have a low dollar amount in your trading account. If you have like a very small account because you're just getting started. I was just talking to somebody the other day and they asked me like a question of like, how much money do you really need to start trading with? Like, what do brokers require? I told them like, you can throw $100 in there. A broker will give you an account. Some accounts are required to have, over 2,000 if you want to do margin accounts. Some platforms make you have the full 25K. But like, I mean, like it's not, you don't need millions of dollars to get going with trading. You don't need, all of this capital to start trading. And so when I say that, and I always am recommending that you play the big dogs, people are thinking like, well, I can't afford to buy $130 worth of Apple. Okay. You don't need to. You just need to look at what you can afford to do. It's let me pull up Apple and I'll show you what some of these contracts are. Okay, let's go to the 16th. And here are your contract prices for Apple. Apple is one of the most traded, not only commons, but it's also one of the most traded options. If we go over to, I'm going to keep this open right here now. It actually was the highest volume. It had the most volume out of the high options volume. So that's important to remember too. I want to show you the IV index though. Poor little Hertz is 433%. Ignore Hertz. I really wish they would change that. What we're looking at here is this IV index. This is showing you how much of a movement the stock has. Okay. It is showing you that these stocks have a lot of volatility. And that you can capitalize on movements. Okay. But you can also do what's called, you can be left holding the bag. Okay. Let me give you one example. And this was, I traded this, so I can talk about it. SOS. SOS right now, the implied volatility on the contracts is a whopping 259.5%. And in layman's terms, that is friggin' awesome. You want to see contracts doing this. Okay. This is, that's really good. That's really, really good. And what that means, and I don't want to confuse from the other end, I don't want to kind of, if you are selling contracts, when you see a number like this, that's gravy. That is just, and somebody just said options gravy. Tony said options gravy. That's exactly right. That's gravy, man. You are going to be capitalized on movement so quickly. But what happens here is, I want to show you this. An in the money contract for SOS is 40 cents. 40 cents for an in the money call. It's already there. Like it's you don't have to wait. It's already in the money. Look at how cheap these calls are. Why is it so cheap? Like what is going on to cause this stock to be like that? Well, let's look at what SOS. What did SOS do? That's SPS. SOS. I did SPS again. What am I doing? SOS. There we go. Okay. There's your spike. and what happened? Real quick, just a little bit of a technical analysis. This stock went down. Doesn't take many indicators to see that. The problem that we see here is that there was these a little spike here, down, and we're going to try to recover. Also, just to let you know too, I have my candle colors. I use blue for stocks going up, and I use red for going down. So if you see that blue and you think like something's wrong, like I stare at charts all day long, and so I like to change the colors up a little bit. I know what they're doing. I don't need to see green and red. If you need to, you can make them whatever color you want to. They're going up. You can make them black. I don't care. The blue though is the stock going up. You see this big spike here. That's what caused SOS to get on the radar. And SOS for a little while actually seemed like a very strong stock, but as you can see with what these lower end stocks do, they sell off almost immediately, and then they get to a new bottom, and then it's kind of all over the place here. Volume wise, volume's decreased, can't hold anything. There's no support. It can't break above top resistance. And so what happens now is these options have become super, super, super cheap. Now, I played them again. This was a reason, and I'm telling you this because this is an area of my trading that I use. When we see an IV percentage of 259.5, I'm jumping all over that. I'm buying contracts. However, you have to remember that this contract right here, okay, the most expensive contract right now for SOS is the $1 strike for $4.40. There was 6 contracts sold. That's not good. See these contracts down here? See all these big numbers, 24K, 16K, 6K, 6K, 8K? There's a lot of volume in this section right here. The problem though, the trading range is horrible on these. The range of movement is not really that much, okay? You can buy one of these contracts for $10, $15, $5, $35. You can buy a contract for really cheap. But part of your option strategy, part of how you find options to play, if you are going to go with something like this, the IV percentage on these stocks is the blue chip stocks. Let me show you just real quick. Let's go the other way. SPY, it's 16%. Apple's 33%. American Airlines, 66%. What else? Microsoft, 28%. So Tesla, 66%. You can see we're starting to increase. And basically what that means is you have to capture quick movements on a stock that you're buying a contract for 10 cents. It's not going to $3.20. Like, unless like some reason SOS tomorrow morning does this, yeah, it'll probably get back up there. However, just from a very quick technical analysis perspective, there's not really much to talk about here that makes me think that that's going to happen. So again, just remember that when you are seeing these options, that they're 10 cents, they're 15 cents. A way to do this is going on FinViz or going on Bar Charter or going on any of these other platforms and flipping the scanners upside down, so you start with the lowest possible bid and then playing those. That should not be a part of your options trading strategy. That's not how I identify options that I play. I've got a pool of stocks. I've got 25 or 30 stocks that I have on a watch list, and that's all that I focus on. I am not concerned with, now let me rephrase that. I am concerned because I run scans and I look at data and I look at volume and I look at open interest. I am concerned with those things. I want to know when a stock is spiking. I want to know when the option volume is unusual. I want to know when the IV percentage is going nuts. I want to know those things because I want to do the quick plays. However, my main focus when I sit down in the morning is between about 15 to 25 main stocks. And what I normally do is on the weekends, I adjust those stocks. If I need to remove a stock, SOS might have been one of those that I would remove because I did play it and now I would not get back into it. I hate to say this, but NNDM, if you know me, NNDM is one of my all-time favorite stocks. I played hundreds and hundreds of contracts. It's off the list. NNDM is just, it's free falling. It's being algoed to death. It just does not look like a good stock right now. It's off my list. It was the list. It was number one on the list for a long time. It's not on there anymore. So what I like to do is I like to focus on stocks that I know. I know what's going on with a lot of these stocks that are on my list. I know that I can capitalize on, because again, you have to remember, I'm trying to capitalize on a 10 to 30% movement. I'm trying to capitalize obviously more if I can. I sell, contracts and have 80, 90, 100%. Returns, but my goal on a daily basis is 10 to 30% on these movements. So I'm trying to capture a lot. So don't go in here and buy this contract for $10 and then hold it until, well, tomorrow's April 9th, so that's a bad example. Let me click over down here and let's go to April 16th. You're going to buy this. Let's say you're going to buy the $6.50 call. It's 30 cents. So you spend $30 on it. Don't hold this thing until next Friday because you think that the stock or the contract price is going to go up to like $2.20 and you're going to make $180 real quick. Like you're not going to. Like it's not going to happen. You are basically then just wasting the contract price. Your max loss is identified. Absolutely. You can't lose any more money than that, but you are not going to make yourself profitable because you are holding for a gain that is unrealistic. So when you are building and when you are trying to find the options to play, remember on these stocks that have super high IV percentage, your goal is to capture quick movements, because what's going to happen is on these stocks that have a high IV percentage, you are going to capture a real quick spike. The high IV percentage means this stock has the ability to spike or it means drop. Okay. So you can do either way. It's not necessarily mean that this stock is just going to go up 202%. That's not what that means. What it means is the stock has the ability to fluctuate real quick. So if you're on the long side, if you're buying calls, your goal is to capture a 10-cent movement, a 15-cent movement. So maybe when you're going to buy one of those contracts, you buy that 650 for $30. Maybe you buy 10. Okay. And then when the stock moves 15 cents or 10 cents, you see what's happening? Your gains are amplified. You're not waiting on that one contract to go 200%, when in reality, it's probably not going to do that. So the IV percentage is important because it gives you an opportunity to capture those quick movements. Like when Kodak ran last year, the IV percentage was crazy. GameStop is typically a real high IV percentage because it's all over the place right now. So yeah, you want to know about those stocks, absolutely, but you don't want to build your whole entire foundation of trading options specifically on those. You want to be more in the consistent, the big names. You want to play the tickers that have the high volumes. You want to play the triple Qs. You want to play the NIOs. You want to play the what else we got on here? The AMC. You want to play we got other good ones on here. Twitter is a good one. You want to play the Genus is on here too, which is very interesting. What's the Genus option chain look like? Yeah, see, April 16th calls. We're tomorrow. You could buy. Okay, so there was 5.3 thousand contracts sold of the $2 strike Genus contract, and they closed at a penny. Okay, they closed at a penny. GHVI, somebody said. Do they have options? GHVI. Yeah. Okay. GHVI is at 93% for April 16th. May 70. Let me try to see if there's any volume on these. Not really. This isn't too bad right here. Okay, this $15 strike. What's it at now? $13.85. I mean, that looks like SOS. Look. They almost look exactly the same. Okay, so remember that's why these contracts are low in price, because a lot of times you have the contract is 15 cents. So it's $15. There was 135 sold today. Has a 20% chance of being in the money. Your $12.50 is $1.35, but you have to remember that this is $2.50 spread here between the chain. The $10 one's $2.90, but they didn't sell any. There was none down here. So I would be I'd be leery of getting involved with a stock. Now, I mean, again, you have to remember like $15 if you want to pick up a contract and have it in there. I mean, at the end of the day, that's not really that bad of an idea. However, to capitalize on a movement, you're going to want to have more than just one. What you want to do, let's look at Twitter, for example. Let me show you a Twitter option chain. Twitter is going to be 47% for April 16th. However, look at the amount of volume that we have on various chains, okay? So even all the way down to the 80 strike, you are at 71.45 right now, and the 80 strike was $21. There was 1.08 thousand contracts sold. Trying to get in the money, you were at $1.93. That's a pretty good range, okay? From the 23-cent contract to the $1.93. That there's some movement there that can happen. This would be a stock that you would want to include on one of the ones that you make on your watch or put on your watch list. Why would that be a good example? Well, Twitter, of course, is one of the bigger names. Twitter reacts to news. Twitter has news. They have events that cause the here somebody just said would be great if some example is shared, like if long bias on Tesla, what call would you buy and which call would you write? All right, so let me show you real quick because we're gonna have to wrap up here. Let me just use Tesla. So like, for example, I would not hold a Tesla call through the weekend. I typically don't hold many calls through the weekend, but Tesla specifically, I would not. There's too much volatility with that. So let's just say, for example, today I played the 700. I bought the 700 at around $1.15, I think it was, and it's all the way up to 211 now. So this is what did Tesla do after hours? Does anybody know? Okay, so Tesla is consolidating, riding the 8 pretty nicely. Overall, it looks like it's in a little bit of an uptrend. So this contract has a chance to the 700. It's 211 right now. The theta is see that value right there. Oh, I'm sorry. See that value right there, 132. That's not good. You don't, when you are buying contracts, theta is your biggest enemy. Okay. When you are selling contracts, theta is your best friend. You want that contract to get as close as you can to expiration. I mean, ultimately you want it to expire worthless, but when you are buying contracts, theta is your enemy. You're losing money. Is like, I use this example all the time. When you buy a brand new car, when you drive it off the lot, the second that car gets off the lot, it's lost money. It's the same thing with an option. When you buy an option and that's in your portfolio, it automatically is starting to lose money because of theta. Theta on a Tesla contract is unreal. Okay. It is, you are going to see these movements. That's why I don't hold these things overnight. That's why I don't hold them through the weekend. I do hold a good number to look for is 30 days. 30 to 45 days is kind of the sweet spot if you're just starting out with options. 30 to 45 days is where you want to look to see what contracts you can buy. That's going to give you enough time to, number one, not go crazy because the stock is going up and down like crazy and the contract price is going crazy as well. It's going to give you enough time to adjust to that. But number two, it's also going to give you enough time for theta to not absolutely destroy any chance of profit that you have. It's tough to buy these contracts and day trade them unless that is what you want to do right from the beginning. Okay. You have to identify what type of trader you're going to be with options. You can have a whole mix of strategies. You can play like, so say, for example, if you want to buy contracts to play earnings calls, you can do that as well. Say, for example, you only want to day trade Tesla premiums. My goodness, that is going to be difficult, but it can be done. It can be done. Volatility is so friggin' high with anything Elon touches. It's true. It really is. I mean, anything that he does causes the stock, causes the Dogecoin, whatever it is, causes it to run. That's what's happening with Tesla. I don't hold Tesla calls really overnight. I might, if I do hold them overnight, it's because I bought it right before close. But I don't buy a contract at like 9 o'clock, or I'm sorry, at like 10:30 in the morning and then hold it all day with the interest of selling it the next day. If I've bought a contract in the morning, I'm holding it for a couple of days. I'm not just flipping it overnight, or I'm not buying a contract first thing in the morning in order to sell it the next day. That's just not my style. If I'm buying a contract in the morning, it's gone on a big candle. It's gone in an hour. It's gone in 2 hours. It's gone in 2 minutes sometimes, depending on what's happening. If I am holding a contract overnight, it's typically because I bought that contract at like, 3:59 on the last possible second. then I flip it over in the morning because I've got a good an indicator went off for me, and I like to look at the chart, and so I think tomorrow it's going to gap up. It closed on a really big candle. It's got good volume. It's got, you know, whatever indicator I'm using at that time in order for me to say, yeah, I think this risk reward. I think the stock is going to have to move up enough in order to cancel out the decay, and I also think there's going to be a little bit more of an upside, which is going to cause the contract to go even higher. You guys remember those things, and I know there's so much when it comes to options trading, but listen. The best thing you can do is right now. Let's start. This is our homework. Okay, we're going to start every single week. We're gonna have our one last thing that we are going to work on as we close our show. Somebody said, "Would you buy Tesla leaps or shares?" I personally would do neither. I would, you know, if you're looking to invest in Tesla from a long-term perspective, yeah, buying shares is probably the way to go. I don't do that either way, so I can't really offer, you know, much. I personally would do neither. I would not play leaps. Leaps are really far away calls. That's what a leap is. It's outside of 180 days to 300 days out, depending on how many options are available. A leap is a really far away expiration contract. That's what it means to buy a leap. But the thing that we're going to leave with, because we're 6 minutes over, and I know that Spence is going to be jumping in here any second now. I have the last show of the day, so I could talk as long as I want to, but it's dinner time, and I have a newborn, and we have all kinds of stuff always going on in the house. So this is the homework I want to leave you with. What we are going to do is we are going to identify what type of options trader we are going to be. Are you going to try to be a swing trader when it comes to options trading? Are you going to be more of a day trader? Now, one other thing I want to tell you about options trading is the PDT rule is applied to options trading as well. So you get 3 and 5 days, and then that fourth one that dings you. However, if you are looking to just get started in options trading, the best thing you can do is have a cash account. Don't have a margin account. Options settle in 1 day. So instead of waiting the 2 days for your funds to settle, you only have to wait 1 day. Mash, I appreciate the kind words. Appreciate you stopping by. We are here every Thursday night at 5 o'clock. I'm also, Tony says, congrats on the newborn. Thank you very much. He is 6 months. Actually, the 6 months this Saturday. It's crazy. Somebody said, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you're buying options, it's not only theta, but also IV that can screw you. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great observation. IV can, because it has the ability to go up or down. IV high percentages does not necessarily mean that the stock is only going to go up. It means the stock has the option of tanking and the contracts pulled with it, and your contracts die worthless. So as I was saying, you want to identify what type of an options trader you're going to be. Again, do not focus in on all these strategies. Start with getting a great understanding of what it means to buy and sell contracts. That's it. Individual calls, individual puts, buying calls, buying puts. Let's just focus in on that first. Identify what type of options trader you're going to be, and then you can work out from there. So somebody says, so what would you do instead of leaps or shares? Do you mean, John wants to talk about my facial hair. Just start at the beginning. All right. So I started growing a beard I've had a beard now. Gosh, I don't even know. Everybody jokes that I was like born with this beard, and that may or may not be true. That's just one of those like urban legends that you just have to appreciate for what the possibility of the truth is. Yeah, but I've had this beard now for quite a while. I trimmed it up for my it's funny, this is a fun story. When my wife and I got married, we got married 5 years ago, October. When this is the normal length for my beard. This is what it's just here. I don't have to shave. It's just, I'm the boss, and well, technically my wife's the boss, but I don't have to like be cleaned up for work because I'm at work right now. When we were getting married, my wife said, you have to clean your beard up. And I was like, all right, I completely understand. So I went to, my brother-in-law told me about this really good barber. They do a great job and everything. Go to this place. They'll take care of you, because you can't let anybody touch your beard. Somebody's got to take care of it. They got to do a good job at it. So I went to this barber and I got cleaned up. And I'll tell you what, when I walked out of that barber, I felt like $1,000,000. I was like, this looks, I might actually keep my beard like this. I thought it was fantastic. That was part one of the beard trim. There was a second trip because my wife said it's not short enough. Listen, you gotta do what makes the wife happy. That's her special day. Obviously, like it's our day together, but that's like guys, listen, like your wedding day is your wife's day. Whatever she wants to make her happy, not just on her wedding day, but on any day of the week, you do that. If your wife is happy, then you are living a good life. I don't care. Like I have an amazing life. I treat my wife with the utmost respect. I do anything for her because I like the life that I have. I mean, what the heck, take care of your wife. So she wanted me to go back and trim the beard a second time. That was probably the last time that I really trimmed my beard. I mean, I trim my mustache. I trim the sides up a little bit like that, but for the most part, I just let it grow. I've had it now for the original question before I got sidetracked. Gosh, I don't even know how long it's been a long time now. It's been this length for, at least 5 years. People know me as the beard. And what's really happened is these big streaks of gray. I'm obviously not a young guy any longer. And so, the gray just like popped in one day and it's not going anywhere. And honestly, I've just embraced it. I'm okay with it. I'm fine looking like an old dude. Like I don't care. Like I've embraced that for all that it's worth. And so, yeah, so I'm a big fan of the beard. So I hope that answers your question about the journey of my facial hair. And I didn't start until late, and I've actually gone pretty much bald on top of my head, but I can still grow a beard. So that's more important in my opinion. So any other final questions? Spencer, if you're there, if you want to jump back on, I am, oh, look who it is.
Hey, you got producer AB. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Real good. Thanks.
That was some good advice. I'm a young guy, so I'm just keeping that in the back of my mind about wedding day, wife, everything. Cause that's down the road for me.
Yeah. But I get it. It took me a while too, but yeah, it's good advice to have.
Well, yeah, I mean, man, that was awesome. It looks like no one's got any final questions. So let's go ahead and wrap up, and we'll be back for more options. What, next Thursday?
Next Thursday. Yeah. And then also don't forget about the boot camp this Saturday too.
Oh yeah. You're going to be at the boot camp this Saturday.
I'll be at the boot camp. Yeah. I'll do a little mini session again. Last time we did a little bit of basics. We'll probably do a little bit of a similar talk. However, I do have a couple of new points that I want to talk about as well. So if you did watch the last time, there will be some new content as well. But it looks like the link is posted in the chat. And yeah, I'll be there this afternoon on Saturday.
I just threw that boot camp link in there, and I'll be there as well. So I'll see you Saturday.
I'll see you Saturday, brother. Thanks for your help. Have a good night.
Of course. All right, Zinger Nation. Have a great night, y'all.
See you guys. Thanks, guys.
Peace and love.